2 3 4 5 5 501 502 503 504 G'ulomjon sizda bormi? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 Men tushunib o'ylamaganman deyman hali. Bor ekan, bo'ldi mana shu. Endi tarjimon kiraman hozir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you please find a seat? We are going to start this seminar very shortly. So hello everyone, and welcome to this seminar in partnership with IMF. We are going to have a discussion today about the outlook for the Caucasus and Central Asia. The session is entitled Navigating the Uncertainty Ahead at a Time of Great Volatility and Change, globally of course. My name is Charlotte Khan, I'm a journalist, and I'm delighted to return to Uzbekistan for the country's second Economic Forum. And I'm particularly pleased to be back in the ancient city of Samarkand, which I was very fortunate to visit for the first time last year. And like many people here, I must say that I'm very impressed by the great progress that has been made over the past 12 months to develop the local tourism infrastructure this amazing city absolutely deserves. So we are together for the next hour and 15 minutes. We'll start with a discussion for the first hour, and then I will invite you, members of the audience, to ask your questions to our panel of distinguished experts. I will introduce you to them very shortly, but please welcome everyone. So, to my left is Mr. Jihad Azor, Director, Middle East and Central Asia Department at IMF. Please give him a warm welcome. Mr. Timur Ishmetov, Minister of Finance, Republic of Uzbekistan. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Koba Venetadze, Governor of the National Bank of Georgia. Mr. Galimzam Pirmatov, Governor of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. Thank you for joining us today. And Mr. Johannes Lin, who is non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. Thank you for joining us today. Some context before we start this discussion. The global environment is currently worsening. The world is being hit by a convergence of crises: economic, geopolitical, and environmental. CCA countries are holding up reasonably well, but a lot of uncertainty lies ahead. So to better understand the challenges currently faced by the region, I'd like to first turn to Mr. Azor of the IMF, since the IMF is publishing its outlook for the region, and in fact you will be holding a press conference after this seminar for members of the media only, of course. So Mr. Azor, like I've said, CCA countries are holding up quite well. In fact, they were recovering post-pandemic, before the conflict in Ukraine threw a spanner in the works, of course, and spurring a convergence of crisis, of course. So currently we're being hit by high and volatile commodity prices, exacerbated inflationary pressures, slowing global growth, and tightening global financial conditions. So amid this confluence of shocks, what is your outlook for CCA countries at the moment, and what are the prospects for next year, I guess, and what are the key risks to your predictions?
Charlotte, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, back in Samarkand, back in Uzbekistan. This is the moment where we launch our regional economic outlook for the year. And this is a moment where we discuss the prospects for next year too. And it's a very delicate moment because the level of uncertainty that we are all going through are sobering factors for us to be really realistic in the way we look at things. This is a year where the region continued to recover, and I would say it was a year of resilient recovery. 2021, the region was able to address the issues of COVID and recover very quickly. And then suddenly in the beginning of the year, the clouds internationally and the events regionally created a huge risk. Inflation was on the rise, which we all know that is currently leading to a certain number of important policies, tightening monetary policy, which means interest rates will go up, financial conditions will become more challenging. And in addition to that, war in the neighborhood started in the beginning of the year. Given the relationship that exists between countries in the region and Russia, we were all revising downward our projections for the year. 6 months down the road, what one could say is the direct channels of the shock on countries in the region has been well absorbed, and policies, and thanks to those who are around the table here or here in the room and their colleagues, measures were introduced in order to cushion economies from the impact of the shock, address the risks, and protect the recovery. What does it mean? It means that still this year we are going to have a growth of 3.8% in a region that is diverse. We have oil exporters, we have oil importers, we have low-income countries. Therefore, in general, the region was able to address the shock of, or the multiple shocks that are facing, and the legacies of COVID. The second element that is important to mention this year is, to our positive surprise, certain number of positive development took place. Trade, remittances, flow of intellectual capital came to the region. And this is despite the uncertainty and the challenges. This has helped improve current account situation. This also have improved prospect in terms of the performance of the real sector. And this also allowed countries in the region to limit the shock, or to reduce the impact of the shock on their population. Yet, as we also know, that the next couple of years are going to be more challenging. The tightening of the monetary policy globally will put pressure on interest rates, will put pressure on capital flows. The slowdown on the economies that will come because of that will also reduce trade and reduce demand. The tension in the region is still there, and it's in fueling fragmentation that also could have an impact on the region. Therefore, it's very important at this stage to take stock of what has been achieved in terms of performance, which I would say it's a very good start to manage the medium term, but it's not enough. What we need is to tackle the risks, protect what has been achieved, and prepare for the future. Tackle the risks. The first one is inflation and its impact on the low-income groups, because the nature of inflation, it's driven by food and commodity prices. The level of uncertainty on prices and on supply in terms of food security, it's something that also usually affects the low-income people and socially has an impact. Financially, it's very important to have predictability that the financial markets will respond positively to. Fiscally, it's very important to make sure that we are fiscally disciplined. But this is not enough. We need also to be as flexible as possible, because the shocks and the uncertainty will require more measures going forward. And this requires from all the countries in the region is to anchor their policies in the medium term. When you give a direction, you reduce uncertainty. And this is why both on the fiscal, monetary, as well as also on the structural reforms, it's very important to anchor policies in the medium term. And during these 2 days, we are going to discuss these issues. Last but not the least, the region needs to grow faster because of the mere fact that the average growth in the next 5 years will be half of what it was in the last 2 decades, 3.5% versus 7%. You need to bring growth up, and this requires that you prepare your economies for that. As we were discussing at the opening session, there are some, I would say, broad spikes in the sky. One of them is the resilience of the economies of the region, the fact that we moved from the North Corridor to gradually a Middle Corridor. Connectivity internally in the region is going to create potential for growth, and also accelerating economic transformation. Climate resilience, technology, we saw an example of how financial sector also can move into the technology era. All these elements are going to be important. The last one that is, I would say, even going to amplify this is the fact that around this table, you have decision makers from different countries in the region. The way they will cooperate together, it's going to create the additional 1, 2, or 3% of growth that the region will benefit from. Therefore, regional cooperation is something that is very important. This is why we have established a regional center for technical assistance, capacity development, but also policy coordination. And this is why I think all our role as international institutions should be geared toward allowing peer-to-peer learning, but also create more coordination in the region.
Thank you, Mr. Azor. That's exactly what we're here for, absolutely. Mr. Ishmetov, Mr. Azor mentioned the relative resilience of the region. And it's true that many observers expected the war in Ukraine to adversely affect the CCA through weaker exports, remittances, and tourism, and the impact of sanctions, of course. But growth prospects for 2022 look better than forecasts currently, especially shortly after the start of the conflict. So we hear about migration, foreign currency inflows, shifting trade routes, and other developments. So what do you see as the most important and surprising factors supporting stronger growth this year, and do you expect them to continue?
Indeed, we had quite a decent growth at the beginning of the year. When this crisis started, we had some more modest projections. But what our experience showed, if you looked at the previous years, when, for example, in 2020, when the COVID started, and it was kind of continued in 2021, we found that the best way to tackle all these problems is continue our structural reforms. We do not have much kind of fiscal space to do anything without those reforms. Yes, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we focused on the borrowing was quite, how to say, the global conditions were good to borrow resources. We traditionally has a small amount of debt, so we could allow ourselves to rely on some debt. And overall, the partners, investors were kind of keen to support. Now, if you looked and for the next kind of new phase period after what Azur said, if you kind of take the notes, that we are in quite a challenging phase for us when we may see the global recession is coming. All the tightening monetary policy increases the interest rates, and now borrowing is quite expensive, frankly speaking. At the same time, this global recession will limit your kind of fiscal spends to kind of to build your fiscal buffers given this environment. So the only way is that we have to focus on the structural reforms, which will bring actually refocus overall economic kind of policy on relying on private money rather than your own fiscal space, rather than borrowing. So there is only way that for the next medium term, we should rely on the private money. And it all brings to conclusions that even if this will be much more difficult to do those reforms, when because of this regional crisis, there is maybe investment sentiment change, not a positive way to overall the region. But even in these circumstances, we have to facilitate with reforms to make sure that the private money for the private investor, it will be interesting to come to Uzbekistan and participate. And as we talked, the panelists talked, the World Bank, the ADB, the others, in the morning, we have a lot to do. A lot to do in a way of the price liberalization in some areas, in allowing the state-owned enterprises to transform the state-owned enterprises in a way that the private sector can have equal possibilities to compete in their field. And with those, we have to kind of end up with the very good privatization program, very good results. And if we will continue with those reforms, I'm sure we will have quite a decent growth. We are talking now about at least 5% and above, but we are more concerned on the next years. It's not about the 2023, but about 24 and 25, when if we will continue with those reforms, we will be able to keep those growth. If we will go to the more kind of, say, scenario when we will postpone or will be slow on the reforms, then starting from the second and the third year, it will be almost impossible to support those growth. So it may be a different situation for different countries, but for Uzbekistan currently is continue to providing reforms which eventually will guarantee to shift to your economies relying on private money rather than state money. This is the only way we have to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gvenetadze, a key concern today is inflation. It's a problem for everyday people, it's a problem for governments, it's a problem for policymakers, it's definitely a problem for central banks, and it's continued to surprise on the upside globally, but also in the region, of course, creating challenges, of course, for you and hardships, like I've mentioned, for people, especially through higher food prices. So what's driven high inflation in the CCA region in particular, and how have external and domestic factors shifted over time, and how is inward migration affecting price developments?
First of all, thanks to the organizers for invitation, and it's always good to meet policymakers, colleagues, and private sector representatives, IFIs, and discuss these important issues. Yes, you are right. Inflation is the biggest problem in the world. And if you remember how we came today, we had a pandemic which, because of supply bottlenecks, because of high commodity prices, already pushed inflation up. And then when we saw light at the end of the tunnel, when situation started to realize, then unfortunate war of Russia's invasion of Ukraine exacerbated these problems again. So what we are facing today is high prices on international markets, high inflation in the world, and of course high inflation in the region. But we have seen higher than expected inflation even before, but this has happened too many times for the last 2 years. That is why it definitely requires much more attention than before, because we clearly see the risk of inflation being entrenched. That is why it becomes even more important to analyze what were the reasons and what are the reasons for inflation. Well, if we talk about specific situations in the country, of course, inflation in developing countries is higher because expenditures on food products has higher share in consumer baskets, and that definitely differentiates and makes it different CCA countries from other countries. But then another situation also is coming into the picture, is that high level of uncertainty, and how factors, supply factors, exogenous factors, which were in the beginning more important for inflation, then are turning into domestic factors. In case of Georgia, we are sort of very good example of how large these uncertainties might be. In case of Georgia, we have revised projection for growth several times. We have changed inflation outlook many times. Migration is playing a very important role in the situation. We had the migrants from Russia, from Belarus, from Ukraine, and with this migration there was quite a large transfer of foreign exchange to Georgia, like in some other countries, in Armenia, in Uzbekistan, in Kazakhstan as well. And this, in fact, created multitude of effects on inflation. So how it translated in Georgia? On one side, we had supply factors, higher commodity prices, pushing inflation up, but at the same time, high inflows made our currency strong, even though we have been intervening to buy foreign exchange and to increase our reserves. Exchange rate strengthened a lot, and it reduced imported inflation in the country. But on the other hand, because of very high inflows of migrants, we see large increase in demand in the economy. We calculated, and so far what we see, this created additional 1.5% of GDP demand. So from supply factors, from exogenous factors, now we are turning into domestic, into demand factors which are influencing inflation now. One of the factors which increased inflation in Georgia, for example, was increase in the rent prices. Rent prices almost doubled in Georgia, and it contributed to about 1% increase in headline inflation of Georgia. And because of this, policymakers, we have to make sure that our policy tools, which are targeted to address inflations, are well tailored. Because there might be cases when maybe some tools which we have been used before, which we have been using before, will not work in this case. And most important thing is that whatever happens, that's my timer, sorry, so I don't talk too much. And we have to make sure that we address inflationary pressures, because otherwise there is a big risk that they will become entrenched.
Thank you. There's a lot to cover indeed. Since we are fortunate to have two central banks from the region at the table today, Mr. Pirmatov, to prevent inflation from getting entrenched, advanced economies are currently undertaking very aggressive and synchronized monetary policy tightening, which could worsen the ongoing global slowdown. At the same time, the conflict in Ukraine has heightened the risk of global fragmentation. We've discussed it earlier, which could have consequences on trade and investment across countries. So how susceptible, according to you, is the region to these pressures? We seem to have a microphone issue. Someone could maybe help us address it.
Seems like this one is working. Hayırlı dostlar. I'd like to thank our Uzbek friends for the invitation and congratulate with the successful forum. Honor for me to join the distinguished panel members and see a lot of friends in the audience. Yes, indeed, the region is facing significant challenges, and I'd like to really, focus on themes that are common to all of our countries, although situation varies in each country. In my mind, our immediate challenges are inflation and adjustment of economies to the external shocks. And going forward, I really want us to focus on structural reforms and building strong institutions, both in private and public sector. I believe that those structural reforms, fostering private sector, tariff reforms, and building strong institutions in the private and the public sector will make our countries more resilient to future shocks that are coming and those challenges. So, and on side of the authorities, when we talk about predictability, credibility, our responsibility is to make sure that we provide macroeconomic stability and provide environment that will bring foreign investment, will create trust, and continue with the predictable policies going forward. So I believe on our side, as I said, macroeconomic stability we should keep. And when I say about inflation, I want to echo my colleague. We really have to make sure that it's not entrenched and it doesn't get spiraled out of control. And we understand there's many factors that coming from external shocks that are continuation from some of the disruptions we had from the COVID time. And, specifically in Kazakhstan, Russia is our single biggest trading partner, so we are feeling those effects. And every country in the region is feeling in its own way. But I think the key is we continue to manage inflation expectations, and we do not allow this inflation to spiral out of control. So macroeconomic stability, predictability, credibility, and we really need to look towards continuing with structural reforms and building strong institutions. I think weak institutions cost our country dearly in the long run. I truly believe that, we talked about human capital. I think, a lot of those challenges, green transition, all those challenges would be easier to handle and easier to deal with if we have stronger institutions and macroeconomic stability and continuing with reforms.
Thank you. Mr. Lin now. One topic we haven't deep dived into very much yet is this conflict in Ukraine. Sanctions have had an important impact on Russia, which has historically, as we all know, been a key economic partner for countries in the CCA region, whether as an export destination or transit route, or a source of remittances and investment. So thinking beyond the near-term forecast, how do you see recent events, and particularly this conflict in Ukraine, shaping longer-term trends for countries in the CCA region? And do you think that recent developments will lead to lasting shifts, including their orientation maybe towards other regions?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Charlotte. And it's great to be back in Samarkand. I was here when I served as Vice President for Europe and Central Asia at the World Bank back in 1996 to 2003, a long time ago. I came here quite a few times, and I have to say I envy Anna, my now successor many times over, because when I came in those days, the dialogue was a lot harder than I think it is today between the World Bank and Uzbekistan. So I want to congratulate Uzbekistan for all you've done over the last 5 to 6 years. It's really wonderful to see how you're progressing, and I'm very proud to have been associated with Uzbekistan some time ago. So I also want to congratulate the IMF for this report. It's, for me, standard reading every 6 months, and I recommend it to all of you. It's a terrific report. It gives you incredible amount of information. And so, once again, I think it's a very strong piece of work. What I like about this particular report is that it actually breaks out Central Asia and Caucasus from Middle East, a little bit more than you've done in the past. And I would encourage you to continue on that trend, because the two sub-regions are really in many ways quite different. Of course, they have some similarities. Anyway, you asked me about the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war. I don't want to focus specifically on sort of the macroeconomic or country-specific structural policy issues that my colleagues around the room here are much better equipped to deal with. I want to focus on a broader perspective of what does the war imply now, and the consequences of the war for regional connectivity. Not just for the CCA region, but actually more broadly, to start with, for the Eurasia, Europe-Asia economic space. And let me step back for a minute and briefly remind you that since 2000, there's been a progressive integration or improvement in connectivity across this huge supercontinental space. You had lots of investments, by the way, including by CAREC, the Central Asia Regional Economic Program that was mentioned earlier today by the Vice President for ADB, which invested $41 billion in the CAREC region, which includes 7 of the 8 CCA countries, in infrastructure, mostly transport, but also some energy. In addition, of course, there was tremendous investment in oil and gas infrastructure. There was, of course, development in terms of connectivity with digital connectivity, which is a huge help. You had CASA 1000, the new transmission line from Central Asia down to Pakistan through Afghanistan, which is had made progress until Taliban took over, and now we'll have to see how it continues. Anyway, there was a tremendous amount of integration, and now with the war, all of a sudden, that's come to a screeching halt. You have the energy integration between Europe and Russia, which also has implications for Central Asian energy producers. You have basically that blocked. You have the northern corridor of transit from China to Europe through Kazakhstan and Russia and Belarus is blocked. The war and the sanctions have had a negative impact, not as much as had been expected, on the Russian economy, and that of course has a downdraft, at least for the medium term, if not this year, on the economies of the CCA region. So the question is, what do we see going ahead? Well, my sense is, and I hope I'm wrong, that the Russia situation will not clear up very quickly. Sanctions, in my view, will stay maybe indefinitely. I hope not, but given the way the situation looks right now, I think we have to assume that Russian growth will be hampered significantly. Of course, this has a major downdraft, I think, in the medium to longer term for the CCA region. The blocked access to Europe, I think, means that, and to some extent, the slowdown in Russia means that CCA region will have to look for different corridors, it will have to look for different partners, and it will have to, very importantly, focus more on its own developing its own regional markets. So corridors, already, I think you mentioned earlier, Jihad, you mentioned the middle corridor. I think it's very good news that at the SCO meeting in September here in Samarkand, there was actually an agreement between PRC, Kyrgyz Republic, and Uzbekistan to develop a very important rail link that will reinforce and facilitate the middle corridor. More generally, I would hope that the international development, multilateral development banks will also support the middle corridor development. I think the region will have to reach out and rely increasingly more on China. Whether or not that's an unadulterated benefit is a question perhaps. Turkey also, I think undoubtedly, and over the longer term, Pakistan, India, Iran, and Middle East links, I think, will have to be and should be strengthened to the extent possible. If there were to be peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan, that would be a major benefit for this regional connectivity going ahead under the current circumstances. And of course, if there could be a stable Afghanistan that is encouraging interactions with its neighbors and allows transit of transport as well as energy, that also would be to the south would be tremendous benefit. Finally, I think the region really has to focus on developing the regional markets by reducing the thickness of the borders, the cost that it takes still, the time it takes to cross your borders. There has been some progress, again under Karek, a lot of focus on this, but not enough. And so I think complementing your very justified focus on national policy reform and national policy adaptation, there has to be also a focus on regional connectivity for your countries. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we've set the scene. We understand the challenges and opportunities faced by the region. It's probably now time to discuss what action could be taken to improve the situation, of course. So, Mr. Venetadze, inflation is clearly a priority for policymakers. So I'd like you to tell us what CCA countries need to do to bring inflation down to target levels, and how specific circumstances in the region can affect this effort.
Traditional response to fighting inflation is still very important, because otherwise it will be difficult to deal with this problem. So monetary policy needs to be very tight. Even if the roots of inflation are exogenous factors, if the inflation remains high for a long period of time, then it will have an impact on the growth down the road. In this situation, it's also important that monetary policy tools remain positive in real terms. Otherwise, this will not provide the right signal to the economy to adjust in a way it's necessary to do. And there comes some special circumstances, as I said, because of high uncertainty, depending on country situation. For example, in country like Georgia, which has high dollarization, and some other countries in the region as well, for example, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, I wanted to say, we have to think how this monetary transmission mechanism works. Because, for example, what we did in Georgia, while we tightened monetary policy and it's at historical high level, quite prolonged period of time, then we noticed that loans in foreign exchange started to increase. That is why employing more macroprudential tools and calibrating whatever tools we already had became very important. And for example, this might be a bit technical, but I think audience here will definitely understand it quite well. For example, for foreign exchange remunerations, we have a 0% remuneration on dollar reserves and euro reserves, which means that it creates disincentives for commercial banks to extend loans in foreign exchange, and it helps to decelerate credit growth and high demand, which I mentioned in my first part. And it's interesting that this kind of approach is quite in line with IMF's integrated policy framework concept and the policy, which is still under process of finalization. But it does allow this kind of approaches. At the same time, some interventions will be necessary to make into the market to avoid disorderly market conditions. But in order countries to be ready for this, they need to have tools to use to recalibrate them, and at the same time they must have enough reserves which they have accumulated possibly in a good times. One more thing which I want to add is that what also matters what exchange regimes these countries are having, because this is becoming really of essence, because for foreign exchange floaters, impact on exchange rate and allowing exchange rate to move freely in both directions is important to absorb the shock, whether these are positive shocks or negative shocks. But for those countries who have the pegged regime, the responses might be different. But I think that we are at the moment then we somehow have to put at a backseat traditional forecasting. What I mean is that we have to continue doing a forecast, but at the same time, because our forecasts did not materialize several times for the last 2 years, we need to be more focused on risk management, and our policy decisions should be data-driven. Is there a risk of over-tightening here? I'm also very often asked in Georgia about this. Yes, there might be a risk of over-tightening, but the risk of not tightening enough and inflation becoming widespread and entrenched is higher than just over-tightening. That is why, even though that's not the easiest thing to do, I mean, it's easy to say, difficult to do, it's better to address it as much as possible, and again, use macroprudential tools as much as possible to reach the target of moderating demand, because all this together, like conventional monetary policies through interest rates and macroprudential tools, most likely will get us to the tight monetary policy which is necessary to address inflation in current circumstances.
Before we discuss effective monetary policy further with you, Mr. Pirmatov, you mentioned how hard it is at the moment to make forecasts. And indeed, the title of this session is Navigating Uncertainty. So, Mr. Azor, the IMF's Regional Economic Outlook stresses a high degree of uncertainty on the economic landscape globally. So, what do you have in mind exactly in terms of uncertainty what uncertainty are we talking about? And how does it shape the policy challenges that CCA countries are facing at the moment?
I would say the list is long of uncertainties. But let me maybe make two comments for the audience that is important to remember. Countries of this region, emerging economies, started tightening before the advanced economies. Therefore, they recognized the risks and they have moved fast. And when the war in Ukraine started, they have immediately responded to it. I think this is to their credit. The second also thing that we need to remind ourselves that this region has benefited from the reforms that were introduced back in 2014, 15 and onward, with this first wave of reforms that has improved the financial system, improved the monetary policy, created or strengthened some of the institutions. We are able today to weather three shocks that each of them could derail economies. The COVID shock, the global tightening, and currently the war in Ukraine. Therefore, I think it's very important to recognize what has been achieved. But we need to look forward. Looking forward, I think it's about acceleration and disruption. We see now certain disruptions that are going to require from policymakers to adjust. One disruption is capital flows. Over the last decade, capital flows were massively liquid, easy to move to from advanced economy to emerging markets. This is not going to be the case. And it's not only about portfolio flows, but also about FDIs. Therefore, while waiting for privatization to happen, it's still important to accelerate the transformation of the SOEs. And there is some work to be done here. Therefore, those disruptions are an important signals to in terms of policy to act on. Johannes mentioned something very important. This is a moment where the effort of the past decade or so in terms of increasing or removing barriers, I wouldn't say increasing integration. We're still at the phase of removing barriers and recognizing the presence or the importance strategically of this region to a next phase where I hope we will create the foundations of a new market that is connected. Clearly, fragmentation reduced the scope of global integration, but increased the scope of regional connections, connecting with Europe, connecting with China, connecting with the Middle East, where we expect at least $1 trillion of additional windfalls coming to those regions, where in terms of food security, in terms of some of the key elements that this region provide, could become an investment opportunity to seek in a new area with a new investment partner. Therefore, using this disruption in order to look differently and have a shift in the paradigm. Three, which I think this is also about acceleration. If we don't accelerate now, we will lose the potential of growth over the next 2 decades. Let me give 2 examples. I mentioned in the morning that what we expect in terms of growth is going to be half of what we had in terms of growth in the past. But this can be accelerated. Technology. Technology is something that in this region can benefit in the financial industry, in many other industries. And I would encourage countries who have received intellectual capital from Russia and Ukraine to use it to create a market for startups, a market for technology-driven sectors. The second thing, climate. Climate is an issue where we, international community, we are going to support and invest. Next week, we will be at the COP27 in Egypt, and it will be about financing transition. For example, the fund has went into a new territory, which is to finance long-term transition. Johannes knows this is not what usually we do, but this is something that we believe our role should be catalytic because climate is becoming macro. Using those transformative changes is, for me, an opportunity to give anchor and hope to the population, because the risk I see is people feel hardship of the increase in inflation, that the central banks are going to ask for more tightening, The Minister of Finance will say, I cannot give more social support, and this will fuel resentment or anger about the population, and also limit the capacity to invest in the future. Therefore, the use of the limited fiscal space has to be put in the right way. Therefore, it's very important to recognize that while we are strengthening institutions, making sure that we are resilient, also we think about openings to provide more hopes to people. And this is something that we feel, even an institution like us that deals with the macro, that is very important. And this is why in our outlook, we have a special chapter on the impact of this crisis on inclusion and on poverty, because we believe this is Achilles heel that we need to address.
Thank you, and I'm sure they're all factors very much taken into account by central banks at the moment. So, Mr. Pirmatov, can you tell us a bit more about the tools you are using in your strategy maybe for effective monetary policy at the moment?
Yeah, I want to echo my colleague. The traditional tools from our toolkit that we're using, to give you just a little bit background, we frankly started inflation targeting literally beginning of 2016. So we're still...
There's everybody, but it will be difficult to bring down the inflation, not for the 2023, but for the 2024. In 23, we will have again high inflation as the globe. But if we will continue high inflation in 2 or 3 more years, it will become persistent. And then it will become very difficult to slow it down. And high inflation actually brings us more obligation from the fiscal side, so it increases your expense. You have to increase the salaries, you have to increase the pensions. And in Uzbekistan case, when the 50% of the deficit goes to the salaries and the pension and the social benefits, it's a very huge burden when we have a high inflation. It's actually again increase your expenditures, and you are kind of in this circle. When you continue to increase expenditure, it fuels inflation, inflation increases your expenditures. That's why in this difficult situation is that we have to find a way, like Mr. Azud said, is probably, I'm sure that now it's time that the focus on reducing inflation should be priority. It will be very difficult for the Minister of Finance, but we have to do it in the sake of our future kind of positive outcomes. And priority again, when you have a huge social obligation on the budget side, the problem is the financing infrastructure. Financing infrastructure, and we are again and again coming to a position when we all, in the government, have to understand, and we understand it, is that we cannot probably afford to finance infrastructure through only public money. And that's why we're holding such a forums where we presenting public-private partnership projects. We had a huge pipeline, and we would like to have more investors to participate. And from our side, we rather, I think, have to focus on kind of bringing this down the deficit to provide the fiscal discipline and to show to others, to our partners, investors, that this will be our priority, and we kind of relying on the private money, on the public-private partnership, on the direct investment, and from our side we have to provide this macro stability. And that's why it's maybe again unusual to hear from the Minister of Finance, but for the near term it's a very difficult task where actual priority is to support the central bank with our policy coordination to finally to bring inflation down with the very prudent fiscal discipline, and even if we have to kind of tighten all our expenditures, but this is for the good. Thank you.
Thank you. A last question for Mr. Lin to conclude this great discussion. Maybe a conclusion after all, after what we've heard. So what policies do you think should be prioritized by CCA countries to enhance resilience, foster diversification, and strengthen long-term prospects?
Thank you. So I already mentioned one of the key priority areas from my perspective for long-term, meeting long-term threats and developing the best, making the best of long-term opportunities. So the issue of regional connectivity and cooperation I've already dealt with. There are two others I want to briefly touch on. One is climate change, action on climate change, and the other one is conflict and conflict avoidance. By the way, all three topics are mentioned quite prominently in the regional economic outlook. So I'm really picking up from where you left off, Jihad. So on climate change, let me just mention and do a bit of advertising that the CAREC Secretariat is submitting a new report to the CAREC ministerial meeting on the 24th of November on regional climate challenges and issues and opportunities in the CAREC region. And I hope that you will have an opportunity to read this, because what I have to say really draws very much on that particular report, which I have the privilege to be a co-author of. So basically the conclusion is that the region, the CCA region, is very severely and will be very severely affected by climate change in a number of areas, whether it's heat, drought, melting glaciers, water scarcity, and flooding risks, with implications for agriculture and food security, with negative implications for life in cities and productivity of the countries concerned, and of course health threats also. So it's clear that adaptation action is needed, and readiness to meet these challenges will be absolutely critical. And so focusing on climate adaptation over the short to medium term is very urgent. In addition, although that may be less obvious to at least the general public, also is an important mitigation agenda. Now, Central Asia and the Caucasus don't contribute a lot to global emissions. On a per capita basis, though, they do contribute. And so maybe just from the perspective of global solidarity, dealing with emissions is an agenda item that ought to be, and is, fortunately, on the national policy agendas of the countries in the region. There is an addition, though, to sort of global solidarity. There's a very important argument to be made in terms of national, long-term national growth prospects. Why dealing with mitigation challenges, meaning reducing carbon emissions, would be very helpful for long-term growth. First of all, improving energy efficiency is a no-brainer anyway, and it's in many of your countries have improving energy efficiency among your national policy objectives. In addition, reducing environmental costs, such as pollution, of course, from emissions is a win, another win from mitigation actions. And finally, and perhaps least well understood, is that minimizing the risk and maximizing the benefits for national growth from the global energy transition is going to be best served if mitigation action is taken consistently. This is the message of the new climate economy, that growth, in fact, is supported by mitigation rather than that growth is hurt by mitigation action. Now, the key areas in which actions are required, which the report identifies in quite some detail, are energy, water, agriculture, transport, green cities, and disaster preparedness, and by the way, also health. Now, each of the countries has actually so-called NDCs, nationally determined contributions, where they make commitments for reducing energy, reducing carbon emissions, and also a number have climate strategies. The important thing is to implement those now, and indeed to monitor whether with implementation further action is required. And so I strongly urge that climate change be indeed one of the priority agenda items. Finally, and I won't go into details, for economists perhaps, this is not an area where we have much to contribute anyway, conflict is a growth killer. Let's be very clear. So to extent the region can limit both domestic conflict, but also international cross-border conflict, the better it will be for your growth prospects. And conversely, if there are conflicts, and we've learned that over and over again worldwide, if there were conflicts in the region, they would only harm your long-term growth prospects. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all our panelists today for your great insights. It really was a fantastic discussion. We have time, but not much time, for questions from the audience. Just a couple. We wouldn't want to deprive people of the opportunity to taste plov for lunch. So if you have any, please let us know. And I believe someone will be giving you a microphone very shortly. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for the conference and your panel. We actually are big equity investors in the region, both in Kazakhstan and Georgia. We actually hold shares in big national bank, well, big private banks. And of course, we are looking carefully at Uzbekistan as investment. And I would like really to get your thoughts on this topic, which of course is highly intriguing, the inflation, which you basically started with. And of course, you talked about different reasons for inflation and so on and so forth. But you, of course, politely decided to ignore the maybe 8 percentage points contribution to global inflation out of 10, which is, of course, the money printing by the US, Bank of England, Bank of Japan, and so on and so forth, which is, of course, simple mathematics. You can backtrack the indicators and you will see that this was the real reason for global inflation, because all this money went to commodity markets and then drove sunflower oil, wheat, grains, oils, and so on and so forth. Yeah? This you kind of politely ignored. And of course, I guess the problems which kind of all emerging markets have is that high level of dollarization in Georgia, in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan, which of course you tried to kind of fight with for many years, and it's still there. Yeah? So like, I guess the big question, which is unanswered here, and I hope you can try to answer it, is what can you really do? Because, I mean, you are importing those prices, yeah, through your open current account, and you have a lot of dollars in the economy, and I mean, if Fed is printing, okay, oil goes up, wheat goes up, what can you do really? So that is the question, and what can you structurally do to avoid it? Because I guess they can continue because they've learned it and it's working for them. So what can you really do to
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your question. I guess Mr. Gvenetadze and Pimetov, you are the best people to answer that question.
Okay, thank you for these questions. Definitely have not avoided this. I mean, I could myself talk about hours on these issues. Okay, about your first question, most likely, I mean, I guess it was about the stimulus, right, fiscal stimulus, which was implemented. I'm also often responding to questions like this in Georgia, and while discussing this, let's not forget what was the situation back in 2020. The situation was very bad. We were fighting with an enemy which we could not see. We did not know what would have happened. We have been losing people, and we did not know how the situation would improve. The businesses were going out. There was a threat to financial system. And fortunately, then science helped us, and vaccine was invented, and it halted spread of COVID. So maybe today we are, of course, today we are concerned about inflation, and we have to address it. But back in 2020, 2021, the issue was growth, and it was necessary to address the growth. Of course, later it will be analyzed even more how disproportionate or how overly big it was, but I think there is some justification of those fiscal stimulus which have taken place before. On a second issue of dollarization, I mentioned it in my speech, and it's definitely a very important issue. We have been taking steps on reducing dollarization, and as friendly manner as possible, because we don't want to have many regulations on this. We want to have indirect incentives to do that. And I have to say that we have achieved quite a good progress. For example, if we compare what, for example, Georgia had, let's say, 7 years ago, our loan dollarization was close to 70%. 70%, now it's about 45%. And if we talk about the dollarization of loan of physical persons, now we are down to even 35%. So, and we were able to do that with macroprudential tools, which we developed, and we are continuing that way. But, I mean, even short answer on the issue of dollarization would have been low inflation and macro stability for a long period of time. So this is exactly these are ingredients for lower dollarization of these countries, which definitely for you as an investor and other investors is very important to invest in countries like Kazakhstan, Georgia, and other countries as well, and which we want to invite as many investors as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pirmatov, would you like to follow up on this?
Yeah, thank you for investing in Kazakhstan. Please continue to do so. Really, I probably just add a little bit detail about Kazakhstan. Same approach. We really don't want to do something short term that try to tweak the numbers or force change of dollarization in the economy. When we started inflation targeting, deposit dollarization in Kazakhstan was around 70%. Now it's about 1/3 of the deposits in dollars. But if you look at deposits that are 50 million tenge or less, it's around 14% now. It's an all-time low. So I hope we get to the point when we have adequate level of inflation year over year that will create a longer-term environment for addressing that question. And when I say deposits less than 50 million tenge, those high net worth individuals, I guess, they will continue to be in a foreign currencies most of the time, and they wouldn't really react. As I mentioned before, if we able to provide macroeconomic stability, adequate level of inflation year after year, and if we continue to build credibility and be predictable, communicate with the market, I think that those are the things we want to continue to do. And please invite your colleagues to come and invest in Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question from the audience, please. Hopefully for the other panelists. Sir.
Can I use your, oh no, it's working now. Thank you, Ben Harris, editor of BNE IntelliNews, Bloomberg partner. I'm afraid I have a question also for the governors, given the opportunity that they're here. If I could ask, in Georgia, you raised rates regularly over the start of the year, and inflation now and the real rates are about 11%, so more or less flat. In Kazakhstan, you raised much more sharply in January, and now I think the last numbers are inflation's at about 17.5 and the rates are 15, so you've got negative real interest rates. But we're starting to see inflation slow down across Central Europe. In Czech, they haven't raised rates for 3 last meetings. And I wanted to ask you specifically, Mr. Gunovdadze, if you actually think you've reached the end of the cycle now and there's possible maybe to start cutting, or that your inflation is peaked and it's going to level off. And Mr. Pirmatov, if you're going to raise rates more, or you've both discussed that the inflation's been driven by non-monetary factors, and we're also expecting a recession which should bring down inflation. So what's the calculation there? That you've done enough and you have to wait for the slowdown in the economy to do the rest of the work, or that you think more rate hikes are necessary? Thank you.
Okay. So on this question, let's recall what Mr. Azur said in his one intervention. He said that countries of this region, as in fact many other emerging countries, started to tighten monetary policy before countries of advanced economies, and it definitely helps us, emerging economy countries, to tame inflation. What we see in Georgia now is that we have reached the peak, which was 13.9%, and we are going down. And what makes me think that we are going down? The first is that because of inflows from immigrants or foreign exchange and remittances, which is more like combination of capital transfers and remittances, they have strengthened exchange rate, which means that imported inflation is down now. The second factor is that we already notice, and we, of course, as many central bankers are checking FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization index of commodity prices, and it is also, it has been going down, which is a very good news. The third factor is that we, in Georgia specifically, we have tight monetary policy. Our monetary policy in real terms is positive, and I think that combination of these factors makes us think that inflation is going down and will go down. Of course, there is always, not always, but for the recent period of time, there is an issue of uncertainties and some upside surprises, which might be, but I think that combination of these factors makes us think that we are down with inflation, and based on our current projection, we should be close to our target of 3%. We are inflation targeters in the second half of the day. But if there are surprises, we need to be ready to take more actions, and these actions, in Georgia's case, are to tighten monetary policy even further and to prolong tight monetary policy as long as necessary to see that inflations are not entrenched in expectation.
Yeah, we just raised our base rate last week for 150 basis points, and we clearly communicated that beginning December, our next scheduled meeting, likelihood is, if needed, we will tighten further. So, end of November, we will update our forecast and will communicate to the market. Our current expectation is the inflation will peak first quarter next year. So we're not there yet to say, we're done tightening and starting to loosen monetary policy. No, obviously, as I said, just last week we made our decision. Next decision is beginning December. We will take what is required to keep the inflation under control and inflation expectations at the levels that we need. So more likely yes than no, and we're not there yet in terms of inflation peaking in Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much. I think another conclusion of this discussion is that central bankers are regaining their rock star status of the economy. Before we go, because it's time, unfortunately, a few announcements. First of all, if you'd like to access the IMF's Regional Economic Outlook, please help yourselves to leaflets located by the door. It contains a QR code where you can download the report. And you will now hold a press conference, I understand, for members of the media only. So thank you very much to all our panelists. Thanks to you, of course, in the audience for this great discussion today. Thank you.
bir ikki uch bir ikki uch to'rt besh 515 516 bir ikki uch to'rt besh
Раз, раз, раз. Раз, раз, раз.
Honemlar ve canablar, assalamu alaikum, hushkeli bisis. It's greetings and welcome warm to the very important session on gender equality, youth development, investment in the future. My name is Matilda Dimovska. I represent United Nations Development Program in Uzbekistan, and I'm honored to moderate this session with such a distinguished 7 panelists and audience that is more gender balance that we usually see when we discuss gender. That means it's great. So many thanks for being with us today. What I wanted to start with the session, I wanted to make the point that this session is at the heart of the motto of the forum. If it is about investing or putting people at the heart of the economic reforms, then this is about inclusiveness of the economy. It is about empowering, engaging women and youth. And we spoke during the first session, it was so good to hear. Yes, it is the youth that is the young population that is the strongest capital of this country, but also it can become a risk if not used. I think the Vice President of the World Bank said there is no economic case if one leaves behind 50% of the women. So I think that is that therefore we focus on the women and youth economic empowerment. We wish to dwell the topic deeper, to come with a number of recommendations what Uzbekistan can do to improve even more on that topic, because it's so central to the sustainability of the growth. That requires, talking about this topic, requires a lot of actors from all sectors, and that's what we have in the panel now, because as my colleague Muhammad says, gender equality is business of everyone, so therefore we have different representatives here. So let me introduce very briefly the panel. The distinguished members with a lot to share on the topics. We have with the honor of having with us Madame Tanzila Narbayeva, the chairperson of the Senate of Uzbekistan, and I would add the champion of gender equality in Uzbekistan. Thank you for being with us. We have Tatiana Proskur-Yakova, the regional director for World Bank, for Central Asia in World Bank. Welcome. We have academia as well. We have Corinne Mitchell, director of programs at Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. Welcome, Corinne. We also have Mahmouda Ziyatova, the founder of a textile company, Mahmouda Zarifa. Welcome, Mahmouda. And then we have also Jamshid Hojaev, the Deputy Director of Youth Affairs Agency. And we have the private sector. We have Malika Sharipova, the head of CARE CSR company, but also we have with us Zafar Hashimov, the CEO of Korzinka, and a supporter of many corporate, responsible business initiatives. Welcome to everyone. Very pleased to be surrounded with you. We have a very limited time and a lot to say, so I have the role of being a very strict moderator. We have, I would appreciate if you keep the interventions very sharp. 5 minutes each. I will be reminding after the 4 minutes past that we need to stop, that we need to wrap it up. Now, I first go to Madame Narbayeva. Madame, you know, I am here in Uzbekistan 3.5 years, and I personally witnessed and I saw. I know when the law on gender equality and protection against gender-based violence was adopted. I have seen how the gender machinery you have tried to adjust and constantly improve. I have seen the gender equality and have been part of some of it, of course, for gender equality strategy. This year also the new package of measures have been adopted to further that agenda. Still, the gender gap is important, remains being important driver of inequality in Uzbekistan. It is still there. Very recently, UNDP launched the Human Development Report, where the gender discounted Human Development Index we present. And there, for Uzbekistan, one information stroke that women's income are 52% only of men's. So there are imbalances still perceived. The summary is there is a massive body of work being done. There is a strong commitment of the government in terms of advancing the gender equality. So my question to you, what are the strategic directions for the future, for the nearest future? How you plan to build on what is already done, and what are the key areas in which you think the focus will have to be made so for the women's empowerment to be much more effective? Over to you, Madam Narbayeva.
Assalomu alaykum, aziz bugungi anjuman qatnashchilari. Matilda xonim, men birinchi navbatda sizga mana shunday katta hurmat, ehtirom bilan menga so'z berganingiz uchun minnatdorlik bildiraman. Va mana shu qadimiy va doimo navqiron bo'lgan Samarqand shahrida hammalaringizni, bizning chet ellik hamkorlarimizni, o'zimizning milliy hamkasblarimizni, hammalaringizni ko'rib turganimizdan juda ham xursand ekanligimni bildirmoqchiman. Bugungi anjuman juda ham muhim hamma davlatlar uchun. U rivojlangan mamlakat bo'ladimi, rivojlanayotgan mamlakat bo'ladimi, yoki bo'lmasam endi oyoqqa turayotgan mamlakat bo'ladimi? Gender tenglikni ta'minlash masalasi hamma mamlakatlar uchun juda ham dolzarb va muhim masala. Va aynan iqtisodiy forumda ham gender tenglik masalalarini alohida kun tartibiga olib chiqqanliklari uchun men tashkilotchilarga minnatdorlik bildirmoqchiman. Chunki mana hozir Matilda xonimning gaplaridan ma'lum, umuman hammamiz ham buni yaxshi bilamizki, har qaysi bir davlatning rivojlanishi uning ayollarga, xotin-qizlarga bo'lgan munosabati bilan belgilanadi. Va ayollarsiz hech qanday rivojlanish, iqtisodiy o'sish, ijtimoiy taraqqiyot va umuman ma'naviy, madaniy rivojlanish ham yaqqol ko'zga tashlanmaydi. Buni hamma biladi, hamma tan ham olgan. Shuning uchun mana o'zi umuman bizni mamlakatimizda mana shu masala mustaqillikning ilk kunlaridan beri boshlangan bo'lsa, lekin gender tenglik degan tushunchani o'zini biz aytishimiz 5-6 yildan buyon bo'lyapti xolos. Biz hammamiz gender tenglik deganda mutlaqo boshqacha tushunchalar ko'z oldimizga kelar edi va mana garchand biz konvensiyalarni ratifikatsiya qilgan bo'lsak ham, konstitutsiyamizda belgilab qo'ygan bo'lsak ham, gender tenglik masalalarini biz yaqqol ayta olmas edik, kurashish u yoqda tursin. Shuning uchun ham mana men alohida Antonio Guterres janoblarini gaplarini aytmoqchi edim. U kishi aytganlar, gender tenglikka erishish, xotin-qizlarning huquq va imkoniyatlarini kengaytirish zamonamizning tugallanmagan vazifasi va bugungi kunda dunyodagi eng katta inson huquqlari muammosidir deganlar. Ya'ni BMTning bosh kotibi tan olib aytayaptiki, bu hamma mamlakatlar uchun ham hali tugallanmagan masaladir. Hali hamma mamlakatlar bu bo'yicha ishlash kerak deyilyapti. Shuning uchun ham hurmatli prezidentimiz Shavkat Mirziyoyev birinchi prezidentlikka kirishganlaridan keyin o'sha 2016-yilda shu vazifasini bajarish, prezidentning vazifasini bajarish jarayonida mana shu masalaga birinchi navbatda ayollar masalasiga e'tiborni qaratganlar. Va 17-yildan boshlab xotin-qizlarning oiladagi, jamiyatdagi o'rnini oshirish bo'yicha juda ham katta qadamlar qo'yila boshlandi. Ya'ni biz eng asosiysi qanday masalalarga e'tibor berdik? Birinchi masala bu hozir Matilda xonimda bergan savoldan kelib chiqqan holda birinchi navbatda ayollarning davlat va jamiyat qurilishida, ya'ni davlat boshqaruvidagi o'rnini oshirish masalasi. Bu masala bizda unaqangi aytilsa ham, lekin amalda yo'q edi. Ijtimoiy siyosiy faolligini oshirish masalasi. Ya'ni ayollarning turli darajalarda qarorlar qabul qilish jarayonida ayollarning ovozini eshitish masalasi. Bu ikkinchi. Undan tashqari, mana bugungi forumda kun tartibidan kelib chiqadigan bo'lsak, eng asosan ayollarimizning bilim darajasini oshirish. Ayol keyinchalik ishlamasa ham, garchi oilasida ishlash xohishi bo'lmasligi mumkin ayolni, lekin ayol bilimli bo'ladigan bo'lsa, u ayol o'zini farzandlariga zarur tarbiyani beradi va eng asosiysi o'zining haq-huquqini himoya qilish qudratiga ega bo'ladi. Shuning uchun ham bilim berish masalasi eng asosiy ustuvor vazifalardan biri deb belgilandi. Bundan tashqari ayollarimizga kasb, hunar o'rgatish masalasi va mehnat bozorida ularning faol ishtirokini ta'minlash masalasi davlatimiz siyosatining ustuvor vazifasi bo'lib aniqlandi. Mana misol uchun biz aytadigan bo'lsak, hozir jahon yalpi ichki mahsuloti hajmining deyarli 40% deyarli ayollar ulushiga to'g'ri kelar ekan. Ya'ni VVP deymiz, yalpi ishlab chiqarish mahsulotini 40%ni ayollar mehnati tufayli bu qo'lga kiritilar ekan. Agar gender tenglikka erishiladigan bo'lsa, ya'ni biz ayollarga ham teng imkoniyatlar yaratib beradigan bo'lsak, jahon yalpi ichki mahsuloti hajmi 2.3 trillionga, ya'ni 3% gacha o'sishi mumkin ekan. Ham qo'shimcha 430 milliondan ortiqroq yangi ish o'rinlari yaratilishi mumkin ekan. Mana Xalqaro mehnat tashkiloti. Men minnatdorlik bildirmoqchiman respublika rahbariyati umuman o'zimning nomimdan, chunki Xalqaro mehnat tashkiloti O'zbekistonda aniq ishlarni qilib boryapti. Mana shu tashkilotning ma'lumotiga ko'ra, rivojlangan mamlakatlarda taxminan 70%, rivojlanayotgan mamlakatlarda esa 60% xotin-qizlar haq to'lanadigan mehnat faoliyati bilan shug'ullanadi. Hozir mana Matilda aytayaptilar, haqiqatan ham to'g'ri aytayaptilar, hal qiladigan ishlarimiz juda ham ko'p. Shuning uchun biz urg'uni asosan bilim berishga, kasb hunar o'rgatishga va ayollarimizni tadbirkorlik faoliyatiga kengroq jalb qilishga e'tiborimizni qaratyapmiz. Bundan tashqari, ayollarning turmush sharoitlarini yaxshilash masalasi. Mana hozir kirish so'zida Jamshid Anvarovich Qo'chqorov aytdilar, uy-joy bilan ta'minlash masalalari, infrastruktura, to'g'rimi, ayollar uchun sharoitlar yaratish. Ya'ni aholining 60% dan ko'prog'i qishloq joylarda istiqomat qiladi va juda ko'p sharoitlar bo'lmagan holatlarga ayollarimiz duch keladi. Shuning uchun ham ayollarning turmush sharoitini yaxshilash, ularga zamonaviy uy-joylar qurib berish, ularni uy mehnatini yengillashtirish bo'yicha ishlar davlat siyosatidagi darajasi masalasi. Bundan tashqari eng asosiysi xotin-qizlarimizning turmush haq-huquqlari, erkinliklarini ta'minlash. Ya'ni ayollarga nisbatan mehnat jamoasida bo'ladimi, uyda bo'ladimi, ularga nisbatan turli tazyiq va zo'ravonliklarni to'liq bartaraf etish bu bizni respublikamizning eng katta ustuvor yo'nalishlari bo'lib hisoblanadi. Mana shu ishlarni qilish uchun, bu ustuvorliklarni amalga oshirish uchun Dimovska xonim, siz o'zingiz ishtirokingizda, siz o'zingiz yordamingizda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining barcha agentliklariga ham minnatdorlik bildirmoqchiman va Jahon banki, Osiyo taraqqiyot banki birgalikda biz ularni tavsiyalarini e'tiborga olgan holda hozirgi kunda 40 dan ortiq normativ huquqiy hujjatlar qabul qilindi. Ya'ni sizga ma'lum, biz bu xotin-qizlar va erkaklarning teng huquqlar, imkoniyatlar to'g'risidagi qonun, xotin-qizlarga nisbatan tazyiq, zo'ravonliklarni oldini olish to'g'risidagi qonun, undan tashqari juda ko'p mehnat kodeksi deymizmi, hamma hujjatlar, normativ huquqiy hujjatlar bugungi kunda gender ekspertizasidan o'tkazilyapti. Ya'ni ayollarning huquqlari poymol qilinadigan normalar endi bundan keyin O'zbekistonda o'tmayapti. Uni masalan men respublikadagi gender komissiyasining raisi hamda yuqori palataning raisi sifatida men bu masalalarni o'zim qat'iy nazoratga olganman. Mana shu masala. Undan tashqari 2030-yilga bilasiz, barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlari, ya'ni cel устойчивого развития deymiz. Mana shu maqsadlarning 16tasi O'zbekiston uchun juda ham muhim. Bitta maqsad biz uchun muhim emas, chunki bizda dengiz yo'q. Afsuski, shuning uchun bitta maqsad tushib qolgan O'zbekiston uchun. O'zbekiston uchun 16 ta maqsad ustuvor. 16 ta maqsadga biz 230 dan ortiq indikatorlar ishlab chiqqanmiz va ularni 5-maqsadi BMTni barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlarining 5-maqsadi gender tenglik bo'ladigan bo'lsa, biz hamma 16 ta maqsadga ham gender tenglik ko'rsatkichlarini joriy qilganmiz. Ya'ni hamma masalada bu kambag'allikni qisqartirish masalasi bo'ladimi, birinchi masala, yoki bo'lmasam sharoitlar masalasi bo'ladimi, sog'liqni saqlash masalasi bo'ladimi, ta'lim bo'yicha barqaror rivojlanish maqsadi bo'ladimi, hammasiga gender yo'nalishini biz kiritganmiz va ish beruvchilardan tarmoqlardan mana shuni qat'iy talabini qo'yganmiz. Men bu yerda sizlar bilan nafaqat gender komissiyasining raisi, balki xalqaro reytinglar va indekslar respublika kengashining raisi sifatida ham bemalol buni aytishim mumkin, chunki har 3 oyda biz O'zbekistonning xalqaro miqyosdagi reytinglari va indekslarda tutgan o'rnini ham tahlil qilib boramiz va bu bo'yicha juda qattiq kurashlarni olib boryapmiz. Shuning uchun men aytib o'tishim kerakki, hozirgi kunda men maqtanmoqchi emasman, lekin biz 128-o'rinda edik 5 yil oldin ayollarning siyosatdagi o'rni degan ko'rsatkichda. Mana shu reyting indekslarda. Hozirgi kunda biz hozir 45-o'ringa chiqdik va ayollarning qarorlar qabul qilish jarayoni, ya'ni parlamentdagi ulushi deganda biz 37-o'ringa chiqdik. Bu juda ham katta ko'rsatkich. Bu baho O'zbekiston o'ziga bergan baho emas, bu xalqaro reyting tashkilotlari, xalqaro parlamentlar aro tashkilotlarining bizga bergan bahosi. Lekin hali muammolarimiz ko'p. Mana shu ustuvorliklar, Matilda xonim, siz 5 minut vaqt berdingiz, men juda ko'p gapirishim mumkin, lekin men juda ham gapirishni xohlardim. Men juda ham mashhur mutaxassislarni eshitishni ham xohlardimki, chunki O'zbekiston to'g'ri yo'lga chiqib olgan, juda to'g'ri yo'lga chiqib olgan. Hamma biz qilayotgan ishlarimiz birinchi navbatda xalqaro standartlarga asoslangan. Xalqaro tashkilotlarning bizga bergan tavsiyalari, Xalqaro Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining tegishli agentliklarining bizga bergan tavsiyalari, bizning o'zimizni qilgan tahlillarimiz va ulardan kelib chiqqan muammolar, fuqarolar bilan bo'lgan muloqotlar asosida kelib chiqqan muammolar asosida O'zbekiston o'zining siyosatini, o'zining qonunchiligini, o'zining qadamlarini belgilab olyapti va bu bo'yicha hozir biz ishlarimizni sizlarning yordamingizda olib boryapmiz. Shuning uchun men gapiraman desam juda ham gap ko'p, lekin mana hozir aytib o'tgan hamma yo'nalishda ayollarga imkoniyatlar berilyapti. Birinchidan o'sha ijtimoiy siyosiy faolligini oshirish deganda siyosiy partiyalarda ayollarning ulushini biz ko'paytirishimiz kerak. Bugun hali ular unchalik faol emas. Biz bir faollik qildik 2018-19-yilda 2 yil ayollarni maqsadli shug'ullantirgan edik. Mana parlamentda keskin ularni o'rni oshib, parlamentda ular hozir 32% tashkil qilyapti. Demak, bu ishni biz doim olib borishimiz kerak. Yana parlament saylovlariga 2 yil qoldi. Mana 2 yildan keyin yana parlamentga saylovlar boshlanadi. Mana hozir bugundan tayyorgarliklarni boshlashimiz kerak. Hali bizda bu bo'yicha siyosiy partiyalarda faolligi yetarli darajada emas. Ta'lim olish masalasida ham prezidentimizni alohida topshiriqlari asosida hozir alohida bakalavriatga qabul kvotalari belgilandi. Ayollar nafaqat tibbiyot, nafaqat ta'lim biz o'rgangan, nafaqat tikuvchilik, pazandachilik, balki ayollar hozir IT texnologiyalar masalasida, aqlli texnologiyalar yo'nalishida ham kasblarni o'rganishi mumkin degan maqsadda hozir alohida ularga kasb yo'nalishlari bo'yicha oliy o'quv yurtlariga kurslar ochilyapti. Bundan tashqari mana bandlik vazirimiz ham shu yerda o'tiribdilar. Har xil monomarkazlar hozir respublika darajasidan viloyat darajasiga, viloyat darajasidan tumanga, mana bu yildan yaqin kunlardan boshlab prezident qarori chiqdi. Har bir mahallada kasbga o'rgatish markazlari tashkil qilinyapti va bunga eng asosiysi kreditlar berish tizimi, ya'ni imtiyozli kreditlar, subsidiyalar berish tizimlari joriy qilindi. Bu yangilik. Bu hali natija bergani yo'q, lekin aytishimiz kerakki, biz to'g'ri yo'nalishdamiz. Shuning uchun men sizlarga menga imkoniyat berganingiz uchun katta minnatdorlik bildiraman va bitta narsani men sizlarga va'da bermoqchiman. Mana shu yerda men juda xursandman. Yetuk mutaxassislar, xalqaro tashkilotlar vakillari, biznes vakillarimiz juda katta muvaffaqiyatga uchragan. Shular o'zlarining fikrlarini aytadigan bo'lsa, bizga tavsiyalar beradigan bo'lsangiz, biz albatta u tavsiyalarni o'zimizni kelgusi rejalarimizda e'tiborga olamiz. Mana taraqqiyot dasturi asosida hozir aytib o'tdim kirish so'zida. Biz 2026-yilga davlat dasturini shakllantiryapmiz. Albatta ayollar masalasi etda alohida, gender tenglik masalalari alohida kasb etadi. Lekin agar u yerda ham unchalik keng yoritilmasa ham, bizni boshqa dasturlarimizda biz albatta bularni e'tiborga olamiz va sizning har bir bergan taklifingiz, har bir aytgan muammoni yechimlari bo'yicha aytadigan tavsiyalaringizni biz bajonidil qabul qilamiz. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat. Savollar bo'lsa men javob beraveraman.
Thank you, Madam Narbayeva. I think you set the start in the right tone. The enthusiasm to speak about gender equality is always good, but when it comes to such a senior official of the country, it's even more important. Thank you for that. And indeed, there are many, many things on the right way, and I hope we will come back to you to the point on the rural women living rural and on many of the issues, and that we will come with some recommendations at the end. Now, Tatiana, I go to you. Triggered by the reforms, as of 2017, we see increased investments in the country, increased work of the IFIs and the World Bank particularly. You have how many times increased the operation? And the question that I have is how that contributes to the women's economic empowerment. Still, I was reading recently your second systematic country diagnosis that points to the pervasive imbalances, gender imbalances in the economic opportunities, the gap of 28% in labor force participation and occupational segregation. So the question is, in your opinion, how can the investments that are coming to the country from the IFIs or the policy development lending can contribute to ensuring that women and youth actively participate in an efficient manner and help the government needle the economic reform towards the people?
Thank you, Matilda. This is a great question. So indeed, I think we've all stepped up support to Uzbekistan as Uzbekistan is continuing to reform. And as Madam Narbayeva correctly stated, many things are going right and going in the right direction. We're very happy to continue supporting Uzbekistan and the reform agenda. When we talk about the empowerment of women, and you, Matilda, you said it very well, this is really not a charity project. It is a necessary foundation for economic development, for sustainable economic development. This forum talks about increased uncertainty and challenges ahead. Uzbekistan and any other country is not going to be able to overcome these challenges with half of its population disenfranchised, right? So I think this is something that we all need to understand, and I'm very glad to participate in this panel. Now, when we talk about empowerment of women, there are three levels of challenges that we're facing. And the first one is where Madam Narbayeva particularly is working on is the legal basis, to make sure that the legal framework of the country is inclusive and is fair. And here Uzbekistan has made tremendous strides, and I'm very happy that the World Bank also has been able to support this work. But last time I checked, still, talking about labor force participation, over 200 occupations are still closed to women legally, right? So still much progress, but a lot still needs to be done. The second level of challenges that we face in terms of empowering women is overcoming practical barriers. It's all fine and good to say that women are allowed to do certain things, right? They're allowed to participate in the labor market, but we see in practice this doesn't happen. In fact, labor force participation of women in Uzbekistan has dropped between 2010, which was 50%, to now when it is 45%. So clearly, as legal framework becomes more inclusive, other things also need to follow. We all know what sorts of barriers women face. Madam Narbayeva again talked about the skills and the education that women should be ready to take their rightful place in the labor market. But also there are other challenges, not, by the way, endemic to Uzbekistan. We see them everywhere. But for example, availability of good and affordable childcare often keeps mothers from re-entering the labor market because they don't have an option. When we talk about women entrepreneurs, access to financing is a key challenge, and ability to own assets that they can then use as collateral is a challenge that we see around the world. So there are many different practical challenges, and it's not enough to change the legal framework. We also need to identify and overcome the barriers. Finally, something that is difficult for international organizations to tackle directly, but something that I think we all should be aware of, is the social norms. We did an assessment recently, which was very interesting. We created these CVs, which would be identical, identical experience, but one CV is for a man and another one for a woman. And we sent them in response to vacancies announcements. And it was stark. there were some positions that were seen by society as for women, and only women would get a call back to the interview for this. A man with exactly the same experience is not going to be invited to an interview, and vice versa. Some other positions are seen as for men, and a woman with exactly the same experience doesn't get a call back for interview. So this is something that goes very deep, and it also goes to women themselves. Are women and girls feeling empowered to actually go and get the occupations that they're interested in and get trained in these professions and get access to these jobs? So this is something that is going to take much longer. Matilda, when you're asking what can the international development institutions do, clearly we can contribute to all three levels of the challenge, right? So first of all, on the basic challenge of improving legal framework, we are very happy to continue providing support to champions in Uzbekistan to improve the legislation, to bring international experience, but also to keep this issue on the political agenda, to talk about this, to keep reminding people that this remains a challenge. This event is a case in point. Secondly, in terms of specific barriers, I think we need to be very vigilant. And in all investments that we do, we need to really actively listen to the beneficiaries and identify specific challenges that they may be facing. For example, one of the crucial interventions in Central Asia that I see as empowering women is connecting communities to clean drinking water, because turns out who is in charge of fetching water for the family? It's women and girls. And sometimes something that doesn't seem to have a gender focus at all, because everybody needs clean water, but prioritizing an investment of this kind is actually something that is very, very important for gender equality. Finally, on norms, it's harder for us as institutions outside of the country to make a dent. But again, I think we need to continue talking about this and celebrating successful gender models, successful women, as well as successful men to go to areas of the economy that are traditionally seen as female. So to show that the labor force should be open to everyone, and everybody should be able to express themselves and contribute to society without necessarily having to conform to these norms. So lots of things for us to do, but very happy to be here. Thank you for asking this question. Thank you for inviting me. Look forward to future discussion.
And thank you for such a structured and great advices and recommendations. I am sure that it will be well used after. Thank you, Tatiana. Now I turn to Corinne. Corinne comes from research institutions, from academia. So she has an expertise on analyzing multidimensional poverty. She is with the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. The reason why we thought that it will be good to have your input, Corinne, is because we understand the importance of the data and analysis. We cannot kind of do a good policy, do good understanding if we don't dig deeper. I think, Tatiana, you were saying listen, understand better. For that we need good data and to compare and to put the good policy. Now, you work on the multidimensional poverty and index in general, and with the main argument that the poverty is not only about income, it's about education, it's about healthcare and access to many other things. And we do, together, UNDP and the university, we do produce on a regular basis the multidimensional poverty index report, which was recently released. So the question is, from that report, what does it come? What type of points you think are relevant, resonate for us in Uzbekistan? And by the way, as you are helping us devise a multi-dimensional poverty index for Uzbekistan, what out of that, what would you recommend that we put in place here in Uzbekistan? Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here. So from the recently released global report, I think there are three key messages that I'd like to highlight. One is that it's an optimistic message that significant reduction in multidimensional poverty is possible. The caveat to that is that all of the data that we were using was pre-COVID. So we don't yet know the impact of the pandemic. And that leads to one of my points, which is the importance of data, regularly collected, updated data, to be able to see in real time the impact of these crises. A second point, which is more sobering, is that of the multidimensional poor people in the world, half of them were children under the age of 18. So this has real impact for the next generation of youth and the next generation in the countries that we're looking at. And finally, this year's report included new analysis that was looking at the deprivation bundles or profiles of individuals living in poverty to help guide multi-sectoral policy responses. We can see clearly the actual deprivations that poor people are experiencing and how they go together. However, the global multidimensional poverty index is a measure of acute multidimensional poverty, so it's not always relevant for all countries. And some countries, such as Uzbekistan, have innovated and are creating their own measures that are really tailored to their contexts. And I think this is where a lot of the innovation is happening, especially around the realms of gender and youth. So I just want to highlight a few examples from other countries that might be instructive or relevant in this country. One is in Colombia, which was one of the first countries to have a national measure. Their structure has a dimension specifically on childhood and youth. And they were able to use this to create a roundtable that had an alert system. And from this dimension led to the creation of or the guidance of a program called Jóvenes en Acción, or Youth in Action, that was a conditional cash transfer program linked to training opportunities for youth. So there's a clear connection between the measure and the policies that the country was working towards. A second example is in Seychelles. They were also concerned about limited opportunities for youth in such a small country. So their measure includes an indicator specifically on youth needs, so youth not in education, employment, or training, to help them track progress in that indicator as it relates to the other indicators in the index as a part of a broader, more comprehensive analysis of poverty. And finally, Nigeria is going to be launching their measure soon. And this will be the first time that a measure has included analysis of intra-household poverty, which enables us to look at the gendered aspects of multidimensional poverty. So not just which households are poor, but in poor households. Is it men or is it women who are not getting the sufficient education? Is it boys or is it girls who are undernourished? And this, we think, will help guide more targeted policies and is a new type of method that we're hoping to include in future global reports with UNDP. So those are a few of the things I want to highlight. This is still a burgeoning field, so we're looking forward to new ideas about ways that we can include these important aspects into multidimensional poverty measures. And also looking forward to new data that will become available, we hope, to be able to generate better analysis in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. I did not clearly mention, in fact, Corinne is here with us to help devising the multidimensional index. So I really hope that this will be useful also from that perspective, this discussion, and that what we come with, the recommendation links the data that will come with the policy. Thank you, Corinne. We will come back to that, I hope. Now, let us, we will now zoom it even more further. We have a pleasure to have with us Ms. Mahmouda. Mahmouda is a founder of a company in Jizak, titled Mahmouda Zarina and Zarifa by her daughters, named by her daughters who helped her establish the company and go over the challenges she was facing through. Now, women with disabilities in Uzbekistan have less access to decent employment and to social assistance sometimes. They are prone to exclusion. We all know that business is not usually or resist of employing people with disabilities due to the perceived burdens associated with that. Women with disabilities have different success in the informal sector or incomes. They earn half of what in the formal sector is earned. Sometimes due to the lack of access to the public buildings, they may not be able to receive social assistance or service. And yet the government, the country ratified the convention and adopted a new law last year. So there is a clear commitment to observe the rights of the people. The question is how to make that efficient and effective. So some women, the story of Mahmouda is some women managed to do so. So we are very much interested about your journey and how you managed to establish a business and go over it. So tell us, you are among people that can make some important decisions, so what do you have to say to them? And what do you think women like you need to have in the future? Rahmat, in advance.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mahmouda Ziatova. I was born in Jazakh. I'm one of 9 children. I'm really grateful that you invited in such kind of economic forum. Thanks to my parents, I could realize my dream of becoming seamstress or sewer. And also, thanks to the UNDP program, I received $5,000 and could buy 2 technologies for sewing classes. In these classes, 23 of students have from poor families and girls with disabilities have already finished it and received certificates. Right now, 27 of them are studying, and I'm really grateful that I received such kind of chance to teach those girls in order for them in the future find their places in this life. So one of the wishes I really wanted to say right now is to implement also sign language classes in order for further inclusive society in Uzbekistan. And also, I would like to say that it would give us the opportunity to talk, to have communication with each other. So, and thank you so much, and hope that it will help other girls in the future in Uzbekistan. Yeah, so especially girls with disabilities in hearing impairment would help to deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahmouda. I think we have heard you loud and clear, and the message is taken, but we will come back to that, I hope, more. Now, during the first session, it was very clearly stated also the opening panel, the youth being the human capital of the capital of the future, the biggest asset of Uzbekistan, and it's such a great to have you, Jamshid, the Deputy Director of the Youth Agency, with us. Yet to make that full benefit of that asset is important as well. It's another issue. In 15, 20 years from now, the young population that we have will represent the biggest ever labor force of Uzbekistan. So it's really a great future if you think from that perspective. But now the question is, we still see that the transition of children to the labor market, school to work, is still a challenging issue. In 2019, the Youth Union and UNICEF reported that, and for women particularly, that in 2019 we saw the report that women, young women, around 74% of young women aged between 25 and 30 are not in the education, employment and training. That figure for men is 25. So the question is how to lift this big population out of that situation and how to make them productive contributors to the economic growth. What the agency thinks and does about that.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum qatnashchilari, Matilda xonim, hurmatli Tanzila Kamalni. Bir narsani alohida ta'kidlab o'tishim kerak. Oxirgi yillarda O'zbekistonda yoshlarga oid davlat siyosatida hurmatli prezidentimizni tashabbuslari bilan, qarorlari bilan juda katta o'zgarishlar amalga oshirildi. Birgina misol, mana joriy yil boshidan prezidentimiz 92-sonli qarorlari bilan yoshlar siyosatida yangi institut joriy etildi. Bu har bir mahallada yoshlar yetakchilari lavozimlari joriy etildi. Buning natijasida har bitta mahalladagi yoshlarimizni bugungi kunda qiynab kelayotgan muammolari, kimni qanaqa ekanligi, qaysi yoshimiz iqtidor egasi, uni qanaqa muammolari borligi tahlil qilindi va o'rganib borildi. Birgina misol, bugungi kunda bizni 14 yoshdan 30 yoshgacha bo'lgan 9 million 100 mingga yaqin yoshlarimizni bazasi shakllandi. Bular orasida qariyb 4 milliondan ortig'i bu yosh xotin-qizlarni tashkil etadi. Yuqorida berilgan savoldan kelib chiqadigan bo'lsak, mana shu yoshlar balansini shakllantirish jarayonida biz xonadon yurib har bir oiladagi o'sha yoshlarimiz bilan bir qatorda yosh xotin-qizlarimizni bandligini ta'minlash, ularni ta'limga qamrab olish bo'yicha bir qator rejalarimizni o'zimizga belgilab oldik. Bitta misol keltirishim mumkin. Bu boshqa birorta davlatda kuzatilmaydigan holat. Mana shu yoshlar balansini shakllanishi natijasida aniqlangan muammolarni bartaraf etish maqsadida yoshlar daftari tizimi joriy etildi. Bu yoshlar daftariga bugungi kunda qariyb 300 mingga yaqin yoshlarimiz kiritilgan. Yoshlar daftariga ijtimoiy ahvoli og'ir bo'lgan, ishsiz bo'lgan va imkoniyat cheklangan bo'lgan yoshlar qatlami kiritiladi. Bugungi kunda yoshlar daftariga kiritilgan 133 mingdan ortiq 14 yoshdan 30 yoshgacha bo'lgan xotin-qizlarimizni muammolari bartaraf etildi. Uni alohida ta'kidlashimiz kerak. Bu oxirgi 1-2 yilda davlatimizda qilinayotgan juda katta islohotlardan biri deb o'ylayman. Birgina misol, mana shu yuqorida ta'kidlanganidek, uyda o'tirgan xotin-qizlarimizni bandligini ta'minlash maqsadida mana shu yoshlar daftariga kiritilgan yoshlarni, xotin-qizlarimizni o'zlarini talab va istaklaridan kelib chiqqan holda qariyb 19300 dan ortiq yosh xotin-qizlarimizni uyda ishlash istagini inobatga olib, ularga subsidiya asosida yoshlar daftaridan asbob-uskunalar olib berildi. Undan tashqari 22 mingdan ortiq yosh xotin-qizlarimizni ijtimoiy iqtisodiy muammolarni hal etish va psixologik qo'llab-quvvatlash maqsadida yordamlar ko'rsatildi. Shu bilan bir qatorda qariyb 4 mingga yaqin yoshlarimizni bandligi ta'minlanganligi, undan tashqari 4,5 mingga yaqin xotin-qizlarni imtiyozli kreditlar bilan ta'minlash orqali ularni o'zlarini band qilish va ish bilan ta'minlash masalalari hal etilganligini alohida ta'kidlashimiz lozim deb o'ylayman. Yana bir narsani alohida ta'kidlashim kerak. Bugungi kunda yosh xotin-qizlarimizni oliy ta'limga qamrab olish masalasi eng dolzarb masalalardan biri bo'lib turibdi. Bu borada biz yosh xotin-qizlarimizni ta'limni keyingi bosqichlariga qamrab olish maqsadida, ularni qiziqtirish maqsadida o'quv markazlarini qo'llab-quvvatlash, joylardagi o'sha xorijiy tillarga o'qitish va zamonaviy kasblarni o'rgatish maqsadida ularga subsidiyalar ajratyapmiz. O'qigani uchun o'quv markazlariga yoshlar daftaridan mablag'lar to'lab berilyapti. Bu orqali mana birgina misol, qariyb 19 mingdan ortiq yoshlarimizni bugungi kunga qadar shu joriy yilda kontrakt to'lovlarini 50%gacha miqdori to'lab berdi. Buning natijasida mana shu yuqorida aytilganidek yosh xotin-qizlarimizni bandligini ta'minlash va ularni ta'limni keyingi bosqichiga qamrab olish, zamonaviy kasblarga qiziqtirish va xorijiy tillarni o'zlashtirishga juda katta e'tibor qaratilyapti. Yana bir narsani alohida ta'kidlashim kerak. Albatta qilingan ishlarimiz to'xtaladigan bo'lsa agar 5 minut vaqtimiz yetishmaydi, lekin Yoshlar agentligi kelgusi 2023-yilda bir qator vazifalarni o'z oldimizga maqsad qilib qo'yganmiz. Uyda o'tirgan yosh xotin-qizlarimizni bandligini ta'minlash va muammolarni hal etish. Ikkinchi masala, ularni zamonaviy kasblarga o'qitish va qiziqtirib bandligini ta'minlash, xorijiy tilni o'rgatish va oliy ta'limga qamrab olish masalalari, IT sohasiga yosh xotin-qizlarni qiziqtirish masalalariga alohida e'tibor qaratiladi. Birgina misol IT sohasi bo'yicha shu yil o'zida ham 3,5 mingga yaqin yosh xotin-qizlarimizni o'sha qo'llab-quvvatlab ularga kompyuter, zamonaviy o'sha kompyuterlar olib berilib, uyda turib o'sha programma yaratishiga shart-sharoitlar yaratib berilgan. Men o'ylayman, mana shu yuqorida keltirilgan fikrlar, bugungi mana shu forumda ko'tarilgan masalalarni o'zimiz yozib olib, yanada o'sha yoshlar siyosatida olib borayotgan ishlarimizni tahlil qilgan holda keyingi faoliyatimizda bugun ko'tarilgan masalalardan ham unumli foydalanamiz deb o'ylayman. Rahmat e'tibor uchun.
Thank you, Jamshid. I noticed this focus on the IT. It was mentioned, IT training in a number of interventions, so I think we have to come back to it. Now, let me ask the question to the private sector. We are everyone aware that any measure on gender equality, women's empowerment and youth economic empowerment cannot happen with the private sector, and whether the private sector will take it or not will be the critical factor. Now, also there are corporate social responsible initiatives or responsible business is something that is so important to have businesses themselves striving for gender equality or for other goods, public goods. We have with us Malika, in the name of your business is corporate social responsibility, right? So the question, and you are promoting CSR, and as far as I know, ESGs, which is environmental, social and governance standards in the businesses, within the business community of Uzbekistan. What do you get? Is there environment, is there readiness, and if how the standards can contribute to gender equality, and what can be done to have more acceptance of the standards in the business community in Uzbekistan? Over to you.
Thank you, Matilda. Yeah, if we look at the world trends in current days, we can see that investors are, they're requiring responsible, transparent, and also sustainable practices from businesses, especially from businesses that they want to work with as partners, right? And along with financial data, like financial disclosures, they also demand compliance with ESG strategies or CSR strategies, and that is disclosure of information about sustainable use of natural resources, that is about gender diversity, that is about how businesses are doing in terms of solving societal issues. And the most importantly, of course, they are looking at if we look at the trends, investors are increasingly looking at the gender diversity of companies and assess how companies might respond to ESG-related risks and opportunities in terms of creating opportunities to women? I would say yes. Today, companies in Uzbekistan are trying to comply with international social and environmental standards. They're trying to obtain such kind of international certifications and audit systems, but they're all done to kind of meet their lenders or investors' requirements. And we can see that, I can see that there is a rising surge coming both from the outside as requests or demands from the investors, and also willingness of companies to meet those standards. However, I should say that businesses in Uzbekistan are lagging behind in terms of providing gender diversity, in terms of providing gender equality, and inclusivity as well. And we know that those sit behind the S, the social factor of ESG, and we need to make, point out that. According to research of S&P, Standard & Poor's, they did global market intelligence study, and they found that firms where they have female CFOs are more profitable and have produced superior stock price performance compared to the market average. And the research also showed that companies with high gender diversity in their board of directors, they're more, again, profitable and comparing to those who have less. And against this backdrop, of course, it isn't hard to see why investors are pointing out the importance of the gender equality in the companies that they want to invest in. And although we can see that the government, like Madame Norbaeva and you also, Tatiana, talked about the governmental efforts to improve the women's role in the society, but still they are facing challenges, and all those challenges came from their families, mahalla, society, and of course we can see it in business as well. Although, businesses could act as a leading force to provide gender equality in the society. But of course, any should and could be done only we as people, as society, believe in those issues, demand those from businesses, and of course promote them. And indeed, private business can and should act as promoters of gender equality, as it is one of the core requirements of ESG nowadays. I can give some examples from the world practice. In Luxembourg, for example, mobile telecom provider Millicom, it uses profits from its social bonds to empower and to connect women by providing them various trainings, to enhance their self-esteem, to provide them with certain digital literacy or business skills. Another company, food conglomerate Danone, I'm sure you know about Danone, it also uses its social bonds to progress gender equality in developing countries. And I believe that local companies, and not only local, overall international companies in Uzbekistan, they also could incorporate similar practice in their ESG strategies. And we can see the trends that ESG is becoming more compulsory and mandatory. So if businesses are striving to stay ahead of their competitors, they need to start implementing all those strategies in their CSR or ESG principal strategies of their companies. Thank you, Matilda.
Thank you. So what I hear is there is in general interest for standards.
Yeah.
They need to be kind of regulated in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And you took my point that I had, that more inclusive a company is more profitable it becomes.
Yeah.
Which leads us also to the final panelist, to our dear friend Zafar. And private sector engagement into a development process becomes a necessity. It's very clear. We cannot talk not only gender equality, we cannot talk about green economy, addressing climate change, or whatever development without the private sector. So, dear Zafar, how much of that understanding and for gender equality that it is a makes business case. How much of that understanding is spread within your peers, within the business community for Uzbekistan? What do you tell them to make the case that it's good to diversify?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you first for inviting. And I just wanted to maybe reiterate on the message that the companies with women as executive were performing better this. That is a very firm message, I think, for us business people, because as Ms. Tatiana said also, the gender equality, among other maybe social good deeds, yeah, is not charitable cause. I want to argue that this is a very, very firm, rational business cause. Rationale of it, because a business, like by its definition, is putting its assets and resources to get profits in future. And nothing can describe future more, maybe, I would say, volume-wise, like sustainability. And if we're talking about sustainability in a working space, it is inclusivity, it is diversity, and it is physical and mental health, how to call it, well-being of employees. Whatever business we would discuss, B2C, C2C, B2B, it's always P2P, people to people. And you can see that, if companies limit themselves with this, with all kind of discriminatory policies or rules or traditions or stereotypes, that is actually limiting company itself and in its future endeavor. And but more company works on its ecosystem in the workplace by empowering and enabling all groups of employees on the basis of equality, integrity, transparency. That is, I think, that where the development is. And I should say, those investors who pay more for companies with the good sustainability policies is not just because they are also charitable and they want to give back to society. They just believe that these companies are those to prosper in future. And I also want to use this panel to say that we as a company found a great potential in it, and by enabling and empowering ladies in our teams. Before, as you said, there are kind of perceived man job and women job, so shop managers before, because it was it's hard job, longer hours, especially family traditions, etc., were majority, if not all, male, in our company. But we thought, okay, it is hard for ladies, okay, but why don't we change processes to make this job easier for both men and women? And then when we engaged our lady colleagues to manage stores, actually I have to say they are much more effective in this role, and they were doing things this, so we benefited out of it, and right now we have women in our board of directors, we have women in our top team, and we have half of our regional managers who is responsible for clusters of shops are women. Third of our shop managers now are women, and they're actually doing better. I mean, on a full rational basis, I am telling you. It's not kind of something this. So generally, I found, I'm 30 years in business, and I'll tell you, good deeds are good for business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So important that you show, I mean, that to confirm that in the case of Korzinka, it makes the business good, it contributed to good business, and it's great that you came with this example of shop managers. So with that, we have, thank you, Zafar. We have exhausted our panelists, but we have also our first row speakers. And I think the point that you've made is extremely important to raise to the first row speakers. We have colleagues from the Ministry of Finance, and we have finance experts of UNDP. But I will ask first the Ministry of Finance to mention very briefly. Zafar mentioned that not traditionally, jobs for not traditionally for women are considered. That was the shop managers. We also hear in public institutions it's not good to work in the public institutions for women because women cannot stay long and work long. So therefore, when we, UNDP, we initiated gender seal certification within the public institution of Uzbekistan, I was so pleased that many public institutions of Uzbekistan expressed interest, and particularly by the Ministry of Finance. So it was one of the first institutions to say, we are ready to go, we want to do it. So why? And what do you think that will bring to the ministry and to the broader, to the public sector of Uzbekistan? Gulnora, Deputy Minister of Finance, please, the floor is over to you. 2 minutes, please, if possible. We don't have a lot of time.
Thank you so much. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli bugungi davra suhbati va iqtisodiy forum qatnashchilari. Haqiqatda mazkur panelni joriy etilishi va umuman bugungi kunda bo'lib o'tayotgan forumda alohida panel sessiyasi sifatida olib chiqilishi bu respublikamizda gender siyosatiga qaralayotgan muhim bir jihat sifatida qaralayotganligidan dalolat beradi. Va haqiqatda mazkur sohada respublikamizda davlat rahbarining sa'y-harakatlariga muvofiq amalga oshirilayotgan barcha ochiq va shaffof siyosatga qo'shimcha tarzda gender siyosati masalalari bo'yicha ham qator chora-tadbirlar amalga oshirilib kelinmoqda. Bularning aksariyati inson manfaati uchun, jumladan ayollar, xotin-qizlarni manfaati uchun va ularni umuman aholini farovonligini yanada oshirishga qaratilgan manfaatlar. Va bu borada o'sha hozirgi kunda Moliya vazirligi qator o'sha loyihalar doirasida ishlamoqda. Jumladan mana gender byudjetlashtirish loyihasi bo'yicha ham qadam qo'ya boshladik desam mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Qator subsidiyalar, qator imtiyozlar, qator kreditlar, qator ayol qizlarga, ayol tadbirkorlarga joriy etilayotgan o'sha qo'llab-quvvatlash sohasida ajratilayotgan mablag'lar, bular barchasi mamlakatimizda o'sha ayollarga va xotin-qizlarni faolligini yanada oshirishga qaratilgan choralar desak mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Aynan shu sohada aholini ijtimoiy himoya qilish masalasi bo'yicha mablag'larning maqsadli sarflanishini ta'minlanishi, ularni joylariga yetib borilishini ta'minlash maqsadida hech kimga mubolag'a bo'lmagan, o'sha sir bo'lmagan turli xil ayollar daftari, xotin o'sha demak temir daftar, yoshlar daftarlarining joriy etilishi bu mablag'larni bevosita egalariga yetib borilishi uchun joriy qilingan mexanizm sanaladi. Va oxirgi kunlarda joriy etilgan yagona ijtimoiy himoyani reyestrini joriy etilishi bu o'sha mazkur sohada boshqa sohalardagi kabi bo'lgan o'sha korrupsion holatlarni bartaraf etish maqsadida hamda ochiq va shaffof mexanizm asosida avtomatik o'sha mablag' oluvchini aniqlash tizimi joriy etilganligidan dalolat. Mazkur sohada demak amalga oshirilayotgan barcha tadbirlar bo'yicha hozir yana qo'shimcha tarzda Moliya vazirligidan ushbu sohada faoliyat yuritayotgan mana bizga yana yana bir quvonchli holat Moliya vazirligining o'zida ham men qo'shimcha qilib aytmoqchimanki, xotin-qizlar va ayollar faolligiga juda katta ahamiyat beriladi. Bu o'sha parlamentga qarab va hukumatni demak amalga oshirayotgan siyosatiga qo'shimcha tarzda aytib o'tishim mumkin. Va bizni alohida departamentimizni rahbari sifatida ayol kishini tayinlaganimiz ham shundan ko'rinib turibdi. Marhamat, Gulnoraxon, sizga.
Assalomu alaykum, tadbir ishtirokchilari. Assalomu alaykum, tadbir ishtirokchilari. Hozirgi shuncha gap aytib o'tilgan fikrlar, takliflarga qo'shimcha qilgan tarzda bitta narsani aytib o'tishim mumkin. Prezidentimizni 25-iyul kuni farmonlari qabul qilindi, 175-sonli va bu farmon bilan O'zbekiston Respublikasini aholini ijtimoiy himoya qilish strategiyasi tasdiqlandi. Mazkur strategiya 4 ta yo'nalishda, ya'ni ijtimoiy sug'urta, ijtimoiy yordam, ijtimoiy xizmat va bandlikka ko'maklash, ya'ni bandlik loyihalarini samaradorligini oshirish. Strategiyani o'z vaqtida va samarali bajarilishini inobatga olib, yaqin mana shu sentyabr oyida 515-sonli Vazirlar Mahkamasini qarori qabul qilindi. Ya'ni sentyabr oyidan ilk bora xususiy sektorlarga faoliyat yurituvchi ayollarni salmog'ini oshirish va ularni qo'llab-quvvatlash va jamiyatdagi o'rnini yanada mustahkamlash sohasini kengaytirish maqsadida tug'ruq va homiladorlik nafaqasi joriy etildi va hozirgi kunda mazkur yo'nalishda homilador va tug'ruq nafaqasini oluvchi istagi bo'lgan ayollarimizdan kelib tushayotgan ma'lumotlar to'liq avtomatik tarzda yagona ijtimoiy himoya reyestriga kelib tushmoqda va shu jadalda birinchi bosqichda ijtimoiy sug'urta yo'nalishi yo'lga qo'yildi. Rahmat.
Thank you very much. One final. Okay.
Sorry. Yana qo'shimcha tarzda shuni aytmoqchi edimki, tadbirkor ayollar haqida juda ham ko'p fikrlar bildirildi. Shunga qo'shimcha tarzda qabul qilingan prezident farmoniga muvofiq ayol tadbirkorlarga ham alohida imtiyozlar nazarda tutilgan va 2022-yil 1-sentyabrdan boshlab tadbirkor ayollar tomonidan ishlab chiqarilgan tovar, ish va xizmatlarni davlat buyurtmalarida qatnashish uchun imkoniyat mavjud. Bu bilamiz, byudjet mablag'lari hisobidan byudjet buyurtmalarini savdo qilishda ayol tadbirkorlarning imkoniyatini yana ham yuzaga ko'tarish, butun respublika miqyosida biz hozir mana parlament bilan birgalikda shu jihatlarni kelishib olib, joylarga chiqqan holda shu kunga qadar ham nogiron ayollar bilan birgalikda ular ishlab chiqarilgan tovar va xizmatlarni aynan byudjet buyurtmalaridagi xarid jarayonlarini yana ham aktivlashtirish, faollashtirish maqsadida alohida qaror qabul qilindi va ularga joylarda ko'rgazma yarmarkalar tashkil etib borilyapti. Bu ham bo'lsa o'sha tadbirkor ayollarga yana bir imkoniyat deymiz. Undan keyingi yana joriy etiladigan mexanizmlarni hammasi ham mana shu sohadagi imtiyozlarni yaratish bilan bog'liq bo'ladi. Rahmat.
Thank you. Yes, it's a long journey and it's bringing the level to international standards. So it's really a lot and it's great to have the ministry interested for that. Now, you made a number of points that relate to the final first row speaker that I want to ask. It's about the finance. Nelson, I will ask, Nelson is a international finance expert. He came here for the financing framework, integrated framework for Uzbekistan. Now, Nelson, we have one assessment which is already old, that's around 6 billion annually is the financing gap for the development aspiration of Uzbekistan. And therefore that it will be necessary to get additional funds, flows of internationally properly. Uzbekistan already is doing that. The SDG bond was one of that type of instruments. What do you think? What type of instruments, financial instruments, Uzbekistan can employ, can use to encourage women's empowerment and youth empowerment?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can hear me. The UNDP is supporting the government to design a strategy to finance the SDGs, and especially with the focus of providing feasibility to the government strategy for 2022 and 2026. Now, let me add one more element to what has been said already. The international evidence shows that women as credit borrowers outperform men everywhere in the world, including in the USA. Not just that companies do better when women work in them in management positions. Moreover, the IMF, a very recent study from the IMF shows that balancing women's participation in the credit market should be done not only for equality reasons, but this is important for increasing stability of the financial markets, and this is important for economic growth, and moreover, they mentioned that this is important for monetary or fiscal policy. So we're not just talking about something that is about justice, something that is really necessary for the economy to be more resilient and strong. Now, going back to the question, looking at all this, there is evidently a market failure in Uzbekistan. Something is not working right. Women are not getting access to the credit market as men are. And therefore, it might be necessary to think about new instruments, new interventions that can actually generate things that can promote a cultural change if the problem is cultural. Obviously, there are other reasons that are legal and institutional that had been already mentioned. We at the UNDP are analyzing the pre-feasibility of a dedicated fund that is going to work on supporting women entrepreneurship and women development. And perhaps this is one of the many different types of instruments that could add value to generate this process of reducing the asymmetry that at the end of the day could actually provide the economy more resilience in the long term.
Thank you. Thank you. Equally important when we talk about women's entrepreneurship businesses, as many were mentioning, to look into the green, into the IT and so on. So I think that was the idea of that fund as well that we are exploring idea of. Now I think we have finished almost all of the time. Do we have some burning question? Well, the very important question from the audience. I don't see a lot of hands being raised, but then I will raise my hand. And I will finish with one final question to all of the panelists. So from your point of view, dear panelists, what is critical for inclusion of women and young people into the economy of Uzbekistan? 1 or 2 sentences maximum. Response in 1 or 2 sentences. You want to speak first, please. Mic. She needs a mic, please. You see how we end? Yeah.
Здравствуйте еще раз. Я очень благодарю за то, что вы даете возможность меня послушать и дали возможность мне говорить. Я бы хотела сказать, чтобы дали возможность таким людям, как я, именно, то есть и женщина, и инвалид по слуху, и давали побольше нам и учиться в этой сфере, и работать в этой сфере, и давать работу таким же, как я, потому что очень мало специалистов, через которых можно попросить нас научить, а когда существуем мы сами, и мы можем сами обучать этим. Вот, например, я сама могу обучать, вот 3 месяца обучу их, а потом работу я должна дать. Но всем я не смогу, потому что я бы хотела попросить наше министерство, как бы, если у них будет на руках сертификаты, я бы даже попросила, чтобы их взяли на работу. И вот в результате чего мы все остаемся в регионах и без работы, и без обучения. Поэтому я бы хотела бы дать обучение таким девочкам, девушкам и женщинам, как я, и обучая всему этому, дать работу уже в дальнейшем, и чтобы мы тоже в жизни имели свое место. Потому что меня не только вот женщины, а еще и по слуху и речи у нас недостатки. У вас есть вопросы ко мне, она спрашивает. Может, у вас вопросы ко мне какие-то? Цеха, например, вот у нас есть швейные цеха, когда глухие идут, просят работу, начальники цеха прям просто теряются, говорят, а как мы будем с вами работать? Там же опять же нужны будут специалисты, которые через них мы должны объясняться. Мы тоже нуждаемся в работе, и мы тоже нуждаемся в обучении.
Mahmoud, I'm sure there are a lot of questions for you, and they will come. I think that's what was said as well. So they will come. Many thanks, as you were saying, for what you made the clear points. I think it was very clear and very useful. Now I turn to the panelists. In 1 or 2 sentences, what is critical for women and youth economic empowerment in Uzbekistan? Madam Narbayeva, thank you for staying with us.
Rahmat katta. Uzr, men 5 minutga chiqib kelishimga uchrashuv bor edi. Shuning uchun chiqib kelishimga majbur bo'ldim, lekin ishonchim komil. Bu yerda juda ham qiziqarli fikrlar aytib o'tildi. Hamma fikrlarni albatta bizni mutaxassislar yozib olishgan. Men ularni albatta ishlash uchun e'tiborga olaman hammasini. Endi 2 og'iz gap uchun men umuman o'ylaymanki, bu mavzu dolzarb, hali aytganimizdek, shuning uchun hozir mana janob bizni hamkasbimiz ham aytib o'tdilar, mehnat bozorida ayollar va erkaklarga berilayotgan teng imkoniyatlar va ularning natijadorligi qay ahvolda. Hali O'zbekistonda mana shu bo'yicha tadqiqotlar, chuqur tadqiqotlar olib borilmagan. Ya'ni mehnat bozorida uning turli sektorlarida, bu davlat sektori bo'ladimi, boshqa tadbirkorlik sektori bo'ladimi, fuqarolik jamiyati institutlari bo'ladimi, uy mehnatida ishlaydimi ayollar, mana shu sohalarda ayollarning o'rni qanday, ularning birinchidan mehnat huquqlari qanday ta'minlanyapti, oylik maoshlari qanchalik bo'lyapti, mehnat muhofazasi masalalari qanaqa bo'lyapti, ularning ijtimoiy himoyasi masalalari qanday bo'lyapti. Hozir aytib o'tishdi, dekret pullari davlat hisobidan to'lab berilyapti degan. Hamma joyda ham shu bormi? Ya'ni yosh bolali ayollarga qanday sharoit yaratilyapti? Ayollarning kasbiy o'sishi bo'yicha qanday sharoitlar yaratilyapti? Mana shu bo'yicha yaxlit tadqiqot o'tkazilmagan. Shuning uchun men iltimos qilardimki, agar kimda imkoniyat bo'lsa, xalqaro tashkilotlarimiz, birinchidan Xalqaro mehnat tashkiloti, Jahon banki va boshqalar bir umumiy bitta ishchi guruh tuzsakda, mana shularni o'rganish tashkil qilib, kompleks, mayliga yarim yil ketsin shu o'rganishimizga. Kompleks o'rganib, ana o'shuna asosida xotin-qizlarning iqtisodiy imkoniyatlarini kengaytirish, iqtisodiy o'sishlarini ta'minlash bo'yicha O'zbekistonda yangi strategiyasini ishlab chiqishimiz mumkin bo'ladi. Shuning uchun men o'ylaymanki, juda ko'p fikrlar aytishimiz mumkin. Qandaydir u yoki bu tadbirlarni qilishimiz mumkin. U yoki bu tarmoqlarni rivojlantirishimiz mumkin. Qanaqadir yakka tartibdagi qo'llab-quvvatlovlarni davlat tomonidan amalga oshirishimiz mumkin. Lekin yaxlit holat qandayku, O'zbekistonda bu bo'yicha strategiyasi qanaqa bo'lishi kerak? Mana shu bo'yicha hali aniq tushunchalar hali mavjud emas. Shuning uchun men hammalaringizni hamkorlikka chaqiraman. Rahmat.
Madam Narbaeva, Tatiana, brief, extreme.
Okay, so one thing that women need to be empowered is cooperation of men. I think that as long as women are expected to have a career and succeed in business, on top of looking after the children and doing all the housework, this is never going to work. I think for children and for the families, if fathers play equal part in the care of the children and looking after the household, that would enable women to participate in the labor market more.
Thank you. Fully agreed, I think. Here with this audience, Malika, what will make a difference?
Yeah, thank you, Matilda. You know, there is a saying, if you educate a man, you will educate a person, but if you educate a woman, you will educate the nation. So if we invest in women, we will invest in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Malika. And we are lucky to have two men in this panel and more in the back. Over to you, Jamshid.
Rahmat, haqiqatan bugun dolzarb masala ko'tarilyapti, chunki jamiyatimizning qariyb 50%dan ortig'ini xotin-qizlarimiz tashkil etadi. Gender tenglik masalasi bu butun dunyoda dolzarb masala. Bizda ham mana oxirgi yillarda juda katta ishlar qilindi. Haqiqatan gender tenglikni men o'ylayman oiladan boshlash kerak. Har bitta ota agar qizini kelajagini o'ylasa, oilasida ertaga kimnidir turmushga chiqqandan keyin farzandini kelajagini, taqdirini o'ylaydigan bo'lsa, otalarimiz agar har bitta oilada qizini porloq kelajagini o'ylagan taqdirdagina jamiyatda sekin-sekin o'zgarishlar bo'ladi. Mana biz olib borayotgan islohotlarimiz bilan chambarchas bog'lanib, bir-biriga jamiyatda juda katta o'zgarishlar bo'ladi deb o'ylayman. Mana oxirgi olib borayotgan ishlarimiz, bugungi mana muhokamalarimizdan kelib chiqib, men o'ylaymanki, kelgusida mana Tanzila Kamalni to'g'ri aytdilar, ishchi guruh tuzgan holda tadqiqot qilishimiz kerak. Bizda analitiklar agar tahlillar kuchli bo'ladigan bo'lsa, o'shani davolashga keyin mutaxassislar topiladi. Hammasi yechimi bor deb o'ylayman. Kelgusidagi ishlarga omad tilayman. Rahmat.
Thank you, Jamshid. Thank you, Jamshid. Zafar, your 2 sentences.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I was planning to say about education, but Malika stole my point. Sorry. Yeah. What I think, like, I was just thinking about, like, as a business leader, and you know, I think that it was just mentioned about maternity leaves that the government took it over. Just recently, maternity leave payments were on the companies, and that was another step for businesses to be reluctant to hire young ladies in their reproductive age, because if they go to maternity leave, it would be like a tax on a company. And I think that businesses actually would need some stimulus to hire more young people, both young people, and to promote gender equality. But at the same time, we should think of not to leave any such kind of privileges or anything on the shoulders of business, so that business would look at young and people and ladies as a source of kind of some, how to call it, reluctance. Yeah. So what I think that also there could be more efforts on integrating our education system with real business, so that this passing would be more seamless from educational institutions to real business. Thank you.
Thank you, Zafar. Very, very up to the point. Mahmouda, do you have final 1 point to say? No? Thank you. Thanks. I think we already heard from you. Right? Okay, good.
Она спрашивает, Вы на нее посмотрели, и она подумала, что вы вопрос ей хотите задать. Нет?
Нет, нет. Спасибо. Corina.
Sure. Thank you very much. I just want to add to what everyone else has been saying. It's been so inspirational. But for the evidence-based policies to effectively include women and youth in society, in economy, and reduce their multidimensional poverty, really relies on data. So this is my final call for regular collection of high-quality data that can inform all of these great policies that have been discussed and effectively and efficiently address the issues. Thank you.
Thanks, and I think we've heard, starting from Madame Narbaeva and throughout, more survey, understand deeper, and devise the policy. I think that was very clear message that came out of the panel. I will not, I think we are only 10 minutes out of the session, which is good, acceptable. I am grateful for the rich, insightful, I think it's very inspiring even discussion. I did not do my 1 or 2 sentences, the right, democratically. I think we are in the right place. We are in the right direction. And when there is a will, things can happen. And where we are so many here and we share the enthusiasm for that. So I think with this session we did well, and we will continue. Rahmat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, good afternoon. Welcome to a new plenary sessions of the Uzbekistan Economic Forum. My name is Cyril Zamit, and I have the privilege to moderate this new session together with our distinguished guests. Tonight, we shall look at the creative economy as a cultural dividend for a city, a region, but also a country, and definitely as well, the world economy. So let me first introduce our panel of experts. We do a first round of introduction, and after that, we'll go into a deeper discussion about cultural and specifically the creative economy. So we have the chance to have tonight Irina Bokova, who was the Director General of UNESCO between 2009 and 2017. Would you like to give a bit more an overview of your very successful career and implication into the cultural world, please?
Thank you very much, Cyril. Thank you for the very kind presentation. I would say that this panel resonates very deeply with my experience at UNESCO, not least that we are here in Samarkand, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, one of the most beautiful masterpieces of Islamic culture and architecture.
Thank you. Next, on my right, I have Gayane Umerova. She's the Executive Director of the Uzbekistan Art and Culture Foundation under the Cabinet of Ministers of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and she is also the Secretary General of the National Commission of the UNESCO for Uzbekistan. Good afternoon, Mrs. Umerova.
Good afternoon, Cyril. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to see such a distinguished guest on our panel. It's a true privilege, and also to be in Samarkand. It's very nice, you know, always to come back and in the city of creativity, the city of craftsmanship and architecture. And I'm very happy that we're starting today the discussion regarding the creative economy, because there is something I would like to announce. You know, there is a World Conference on Creative Economy that is happening, that will happen in 2024 in Uzbekistan, and I would be very happy to invite everyone. And we are, you know, we're really very much like towards now our organization, you know, organizing of this beautiful event, and all the events that we will do during this panel and other events, they will be all kind of fulfilling into the really roadmap of this conference that we're really setting up, and really keen on learning and getting some experience and developing new networks.
Thank you. To your right, we have Bodina Andrieux. She's the Managing Director of Wilmot & Associés, freshly landed from Paris. Good afternoon. You need to put your microphone on.
Thank you very much, Cyril. Actually, yes, I just arrived from Paris indeed. I'm very happy to be here, and I think I'm very emotional to find myself in Samarkand after 25 years. So I haven't seen the city yet, but I will tell you my impression afterwards. So I'm the managing director of a big architecture and urban planning practice in Paris, but we work in 30 countries, and I think culture and innovation are in the center of political and economical development of the not only the cities, but the old territories. And when you see what happened with the new Louvre, for instance, 30 years ago, or the Bilbao effect 25 years ago, so means that we have a great role to play, and I think this is the right place to be today.
Perfect. We'll get back to this specifically a bit later on to see the roles of museums, specifically when it comes to creative economy. Turning towards my left, I have Vilma Yukote. She's the Executive Director of Al Circle Initiatives in Dubai, and she's also the board member of Global Cultural District Networks. Good afternoon to you, Vilma.
Hi, good afternoon. Wonderful to join this panel of so many distinguished women leaders, some of whom I really look up to. Over the years, I've become an advocate for cultural districts and communities, and I think culture in general should be looked as a fourth pillar for sustainability, beyond economic, social, and environmental. And I'm looking forward to discussing the role of cultural districts specifically in our contexts, and I think going beyond the Western context or some of the definitions that we had to inherit and the kind of contributions that we make in our communities, in our localities, in our neighborhoods and urban peripheries in cities like Dubai, that I think are creating different kind of change that goes beyond the traditional critique of gentrification.
Thank you. And next to us, it's Benedetta Ghione. She's the the executive director of Art Dubai. Welcome to you. Both of you, Vilma and Benedetta, is your first visit to Uzbekistan, by the way.
Absolutely, and it's such a pleasure to be here. And I was really struck today in like the very brief tour I was able to have of Samarkand, how you really feel this impression of being in a place of crossroads, obviously historical, kind of deep and meaningful crossroads. And I think these places are so fertile and charged when we come to think about how to develop the creative economy. And I guess the perspective I'm bringing today is that I run Art Dubai, which is the Middle East leading art fair, international art fair, based in Dubai, another place, I think, of crossroads. And our story over the past 17 years has, you know, in many ways kind of mirroring what Vilma was saying, shown different ways that these new art centers can really help put together and create and galvanize a scene structured in different ways and with different elements maybe being catalysts. In our case, events played a really important role in starting to grow the ecosystem, and I guess that's what I'm here to talk about.
We're gonna as well discuss that a bit later on in this conversation. But first of all, a very basic question: what is creative economy? So when you search a bit, in 2001, apparently is the first time that that notion has been described by a British economist called John Hawkins, who mentioned this term to describe the sectors whose goods and services are based on intellectual property rights. So it encompasses a lot of different subsectors or sectors. It is architecture, archives, artistic craft, audiovisual, like film, television, video games, multimedia, books and publishing. It's also design, including fashion design, festival, libraries, museum, music, performing arts, radio, and also tangible and intangible cultural heritage, visual arts. So the list can be long because the creative economy is evolving since 2001 when it was probably put up by this economist in England. But it's also important to understand that creative economy is produced by both cultural and creative industries. So let me, before we go into details, give you a very short definition of those two aspects. Cultural industries produce and distribute cultural products that are considered to have a specific attribute, but irrespective of their commercial values. And the creative industries are used this as an input to basically work on a situation where it can develop an industry out of this. So because we are in an economic forum, I could not give you a couple of numbers. So the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, lovely nickname UNCTAD, has highlighted the fact that the size of the global market of creative goods has doubled between 2002, and that was around $208 billion, to $509 billion in 2015, before the lovely crisis we went all through. I think it's important, and this is now my first question will go to you, Mrs. Bokova, is it's the importance of the creative economy. You took office at UNESCO in 2009, and just a few years before, in 2004, UNESCO created the Creative Cities Network. Can you tell us a bit more about how important it is, part of the mission of the UNESCO and the UN, what creative economy means, please? Thank you.
Very much, Cyril, for this question, because I think indeed it goes into the heart, and everything that this very distinguished panel has mentioned as experience goes into the heart, I believe, of sustainable development. Because and this conference is about putting people into the center. And you can't do that without culture, without identities, without recognizing the contribution of people in terms of their creativity, of their innovation, and I think this is really at the basis of today's economy and the approach. But let me just go back a little bit. When we were adopting at the United Nations Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, I'm sure that many of you have participated in those debates, we confronted enormous difficulty to include culture and heritage in this agenda. Because the question was, what do you want to achieve? How you quantify it? With education, it was easy. You build schools, you train teachers, you establish universities, you give literacy. With some of the cultural assets, and you did mention it just a while ago, they're intangible, but they're so important. And because we are here, and in 2 weeks we will be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention, adopted in 1972. And we know how hugely important it is for billions, I would say, of people in this world. And this is just a transformative idea, maybe the most transformative idea, I believe, of the 20th century, that a site can be outstanding universal values, Samarkand, Bibi Hanım Mosque, and others, and it's important for all the people. And if somebody somewhere destroys, you are diminished, although it does not belong to your culture, it does not belong to your heritage, religion, or others. I just want to mention that finally we found the clue to how to convince diplomats and member states, because Agenda 20 Sustainable Development is about what we want to achieve, right? And we have the 17 goals, and then countries adopt their own policies, like here in Azerbaijan, the reform policy. But how you want to achieve it, how you're going to achieve it. And this is where I believe culture came into the picture. And now we have it in the agenda. Of course, in the goal about urban development, goal number 11, we have target number 4 about protection of heritage, but in so many other of the sustainable development goals, there is this aspect. And the other side, where it's new, I think it's a new development, it's creative industries. And we have done many conferences and studies working with creators and colleagues from the United Nations, and already at those times, the report that was published, that it creates 30 million jobs, more than the automobile industry, and it's the biggest creator of jobs for young people from 18 to 25 in the world today, the biggest. These are the creative industries. And what is very important, these jobs are mostly green jobs, sustainable jobs. We want to see it this way at least. When we speak about tourism, it should be sustainable tourism, right? Very often also women are involved in that. You cannot export them. It's not like automobile industry, you export to another country because it's cheaper. It's local, and local communities are very much involved. And what I think is important, it is a hugely mobilizing kind of force for communities and for countries. And speaking about heritage, and I think Uzbekistan knows very well their World Heritage sites, but intangible heritage also. Now Uzbekistan, I just saw, is elected into the Intangible Heritage Committee, which is a fantastic another aspect of this work. There is so important for the dialogue among cultures, for us living together. And today in this globalized world, unfortunately, when we see on the rise of xenophobic feelings, of stereotyping of others, living together is hugely important. And heritage, I always thought that if you know your own heritage, you feel a sense of belonging, and it is very important, because if you don't have this sense of belonging, you are lost in this sea of globalization. But if you know the heritage of the other and the history of the other, it's a sense of sharing. And this is very important. The intangibles of what culture can give, I think you cannot measure, but they're extremely important.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think it's important you mentioned. I mean, the creative economy has an enormous ripple effect. So often for a lot of people, culture is seen as a cost center more than as a generating a revenue center. But when we were, as you were explaining, creating jobs, enhancing talents and skills, attracting visitors in terms of tourism, and for example, Benedetta will talk about that a bit more later on, because when you build up an art fair in a city, then suddenly you have an entire industry coming behind you, or I would say industries behind you. There's also a spurring emulation of SME formation. There's a regenerating urban areas, and Vilma and Bodina will also discuss that, about how a cultural element in a city suddenly changed the entire face of the city. And it's also diversifying the local economy, as you were saying, and developing the energies as well between cultural and creative clusters. But it's also a nation-building situation, and I'm turning towards you, Gaya Numerova, now, because this is exactly the point of your foundation right now here in the heart of Uzbekistan, but also in different cities of Uzbekistan, but also abroad, is developing not necessarily a narrative that the country already has, but an image of a building together and a working together to support a cultural canvas for the country, and for the country to be also recognized as a cultural hub, which is already the fact for several centuries. But it seems that people start to rediscover Uzbekistan as a center of culture. So tell us a bit more about how specifically, for example, if you take one or two projects that you have, maybe one domestically and one abroad, how do you think that you develop the creative economy for Uzbekistan?
Well, I can say that our example, it's quite specific, because we started, we was established in 2017 on the initiative of our president, just basically to more focus on cultural diplomacy and basically to work towards it. But then in a few years' time, we really realized that it's not enough just to build a cultural diplomacy. You have to really create the product for it, and that's how we started really to generate the projects inside Uzbekistan. Because if you want to really speak to a broader audience, outside of Uzbekistan, you would have to really create the products inside, to share it, and you would really have to empower creative people inside the country to be able to go outside of the country and to present yourself and the country, basically. So all of the products, and when I say products, I mean basically projects, that we've been creating, so long and so far, been really trying to generate this kind of creative hub and creative people around it. So our first initiative was to build a new space for the existing collection of the State Museum of Art with a renowned architect, Tadeo Ando, which is, I'm very happy to say that we just started the construction just a few months ago, and it's really great achievement for us, because first of all, to be able to creating a new space for existing collection, it's already a challenge, but also to working with a renowned architect when there is not so many experience how to really organize such a huge project. I'm really kind of proud of my team, and people around us. So, but it started again with, what do we do? Do we work just on building a museum, or do we create an industry around us, So like we need restorers, we need artists, we need a bunch of people, around it. And then what do we do with craftsmanship? Of course, there is a huge legacy in Uzbekistan of craftsmanship. It's been there for centuries. But how do we make it accessible to other people? How not to make just souvenirs, but really to create a design? And it's also set another project for us. So basically all the projects that we have, it's really linked to each other, So you start with one, but then you realize that you only have, you not just have a major project, you also need a minor project, to support. And as you, Cyril, know very well, because you support the foundation for quite some time already, we also trying to focus now on art residences, which we really find very crucial, because without supporting the artists and craftsmanship, we cannot really establish, a great creative economy. And it's all about people, basically, and it's all about younger generation, because as you all might know, it's a larger percent of younger generation in Uzbekistan, and it's really our champions, that we're really ready to invest in.
Thank you. I think it's important to see that when you generate those projects and initiatives, and I'm going to Benedetta now, it's also creating events in a city that suddenly attract visibility to the city, to the region, as I was saying in the introduction, that maybe the city was not necessarily looking to have. I mean, we can give an example, we speak later about museums, about, you know, the example maybe of Bilbao or some other places, but when you create a fair out of scratch in a city which is kind of seen as either beach or finance, and it was 17 years ago, that is a challenge. And can you tell us not only about the fair itself, but what has brought to the city the economy of the fair?
Yeah, I think it is a challenge. I also think it's a huge opportunity because in many ways we are free of so many of the structures and existing systems that other more established art centers have. So as you say, we started 17 years ago. We started with the intention of growing the cultural ecosystem and making it commercially sustainable. So the idea was to have a commercial art fair at the center of the project. But since inception, it was really apparent to us that in a nascent cultural ecosystem, it couldn't just be a commercial platform. It wouldn't really make any sense. So you needed to try and help bring up the ecosystem with you. And that's really what we and all the partners we work with have been trying to do over the past two plus decades now, which is to, yes, create a moment in which the eyes of the world and international visitors come to the city to discover what is new and what is exciting, but at the same time create as many year-round significant and meaningful opportunities for artists and for creatives to be part of that vehicle, so that when that sort of spotlight comes into town, what you're able to showcase is a collective raising of the level. And in a way, I think Dubai has had at the heart of its strategy this idea of, you know, injecting, I guess, the cultural sector into everything that it does, although of course it is not the first thing that to date comes to mind when you think about Dubai. I think the other thing that's really important is that we've always tried, as we've continued to grow and evolve, which we've had the privilege of doing because other institutions have come into play and they start fulfilling roles that they can fulfill better. So we continue to shift in terms of our activities, is to find something that makes sense for the context that you're in, right? Not try to be London or New York, but actually think, what do we have? And for us, it's, you know, very much a focus on the Global South. We are passionate about sort of foregrounding talent from so often underrepresented areas in a way that makes more sense in Dubai than it would pretty much anywhere else in the world.
That is, let's say, to be bold and a bit provocative, a bit of the commercial part of it. But Vilma, you represent an initiative which is the Al Sarkal Avenue in Dubai. I don't know if our audience or viewers are knowing, but it is a place with a vision and an endless commitment to culture. And it's also something that grew completely organically, I would say almost opposite to a purely commercial. Nothing wrong with commercial, don't take me wrong with that, because we're living, all three of us in Dubai, and there's nothing wrong with money in Dubai. So, so you created a place where it was kind of a beehive of fresh, new talent, people who want to try out something. Earlier on, you said something that I like. You took risk on risk, is that correct, what I was saying?
Took risk on the risk takers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So tell us a bit more how a space in the middle of an industrial zone of Dubai became such a strong cultural hub today. And by culture, I mean culture at large, very large.
So I think, first of all, we are a very plural institution. So we live in the form of a neighborhood, in the form of a community. We house about 80 entrepreneurs and pioneers in the arts. And the key pillar is multidisciplinarity. So you have film, art, theater, performing arts, all coexisting in that one space. But I always say that cultural districts are not synonymous with the built environment. It's about the people. It's a collective effort, and it's also about municipal diplomacy. But also that collective partnership with institutions like RGBI in our context were important in growing together with the city, growing together with the place. When we started out, the West didn't really know what to do with us. We didn't tick any of your traditional boxes because of the kind of plurality and organic growth that we evolved within that you touched upon. We live in the form of a neighborhood, of a community, but also Al Circle Arts Foundation, where we are committed to artistic production, research, scholarship, and really research that is pertinent to our region. And we always, that multidisciplinarity, we always look where the boundaries meet rather than separate. And so changing some of those perceptions through scholarship about our part of the world, through arts and culture, were really important. And finally, we live in the form of Al Circle Advisory as well, where we now work both with private and public sector in producing and reimagining content that is strategic and grows and engages local audiences. So there is that kind of plurality of who we are, but going back to some of the references made even by Gayan on the panel, I think, you know, cities and civilizations are remembered for arts and culture, not for the kind of business that we've conducted. But economics are important, numbers are important, but today the challenge is we are demanded more than that. Today is about repairing the present, rights for future generations, and the kind of role that culture can play in this formula becomes really important. And I think this is where context comes in, your public comes in, whom are you creating culture for? These are important. I think there is more questioning that we need to collectively do in today's Anthropocenic world than answers, perhaps, that we might have.
Yeah, I completely agree. A bit later on in this conversation, but now let's go towards a museum with you, Nina. I think if I want to be a bit provocative again, which I'm French, so I should not go away too far from provocative, but anyway, I would say that we have witnessed a major shift in the missions of museums, right, in the, let's say, last 50 years. It was a preservation modus operandi before. Like, let's say we have a collections, we put the best pictures, the best paintings, with the best whatever we have as a showcase. But now, museums are turning into a more social mission. It's not only a museum that you create, and I mentioned Bilbao before, but you're going to show with your presentation just now more example. So a museum is just not a warehouse, luxurious warehouse, but it becomes way more than this. Can you tell us more about that, please?
Indeed, yeah, this is just about my company, but the thing is that museums are, could be an artistic gesture. You know, it can be Gaidar Aliyev Center in Baku, it can be the Maxi in Rome, it can be Bilbao, it can be the Vuitton Foundation in Paris, but it can be the island of museums in Berlin or in Washington, the whole area. But also it can be something very simple. And I think what you say and what every one of you said, it's about people, about connections. For me, the museums are made for two things: for the pieces of art and for the visitors. The architect should disappear. What we call self-effacement, self-erasement. It's something that's very important. So I'm going to show you how things are changed in a few years. So 30 years ago, we started working on the Richelieu wing in the Louvre with IMP. So you see, it's quite an old-fashioned kind of layout of the work. And look at the showcases. I think it's very important that you see them. They were very thick. The glass was bull protected and everything was a little bit so there was a distance between the pieces of art and the visitors. And little by little, then the year 2000, where the former Ministry of Finance and Economy, it's exactly the term, left the museum, so there was a space to do something for the primitive art. So you have 119 chefs-d'oeuvre, exceptional things, pieces from Africa, Australia, and South America. So we brought the level of these pieces of art to the museum for the best pieces in the world. This is the La Joconde or the Venus or whatever. So you see, now the showcases became very, very transparent, very elegant, and almost disappearing. And we pushed this to a moment that we took off the showcases to bring the piece of art very close to the public. And you know, curiously, people don't touch them anymore because there is a kind of respect. So this is, I'm showing you that to show how you can refurbish and give a second life to a museum or to another building. This is the Chiado National Museum in Lisbon. It burned, and with some European money, we restored it, and it's a beautiful place in the center of Lisbon, in Bairro Alto. It was completely demolished. It was a kind of building that was abandoned, and it's still on, and it's a museum of modern art museum, and it doesn't move. When you use the right materials and you do the renovation with a proper way, it stays forever. But also we were discussing about places, because when you have to think about the city, you think how you can renovate the city, keeping of the memories, because what Irina said, because if you don't have a past, if you don't have roots, you cannot have future, you cannot, you know, develop. This is a project in the north of Beijing, the area called Tashanzi, and it's a former weapon factory built by East Germans that we converted completely into a foundation for contemporary art, 7,500 square meters. So we kept the memory of the place and then made it in order to receive, you know, all requirement in hydrometry and temperature and security to be able to receive a collection, and you see the memory of the thing. And then the San Domenico Museum in Forlì in the north of Italy, which is an ancient convent, and with very few financial help by the state, the city is changing and created a big pinacoteca and place for researchers, you see, keeping the memory of the space again and giving it to something else. But it can be also a completely new construction that attracts people. In Doha with IMP, that we started working with him in '93, and actually he invited us to work on this project in Doha. So he did the architecture, which is a very contemporary expression of Islamic architecture, and we did all the museum inside and all the other spaces like libraries and studies and conference halls and things like that. And we just redid it. To tell you the story, we started designing this museum in 2002, and there were like 40 objects. Now they have 7,000 objects. But you see, all the showcases were made like they were floating, and at certain point, they got some new, this is the Ottoman room that we just installed on the second level of the museum. It recently reopened, and I invite you to go and visit it. And we made it in a more interactive way, because the first museum was very elegant, but it was made for connoisseurs, and now we made it a little bit more accessible, because a museum should correspond to each kind of public. Everyone should find a piece for itself. And this is another example how color and lighting can enter a museum. This is Gao Lenti's version of the Orsay Museum for the Impressionist wing. It was made almost 30 years ago. It was a former railway station. And we completely changed it 10 years ago, giving another coloring, because Impressionists never painted for houses that were with walls in white color. So we gave this kind of very protective atmosphere and zenithal lighting, and you see again, the showcases are disappearing and people are really walking among the pieces of art. And we worked 13 years in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, which is not a museum, as you said. It's a place for a big chef-d'oeuvre, but also you have, the masterpiece of the Night Watch, but also you have things from the everyday life. So it's an ethnographical, historical museum, and it's very interesting to see how everything could be managed to be put together. And there are 80,000 objects in this museum. So the construction site was very complicated, but we did all that in one color. Actually, there are 5 shades of gray to focus the eye of the visitor on the object of art. And this is another kind of example of rehabilitation. This is a beautiful building given 19th century in the center of Lebanon, in Beirut, in Lebanon, the Ashrafiyeh, it's the Christian area. So it was given by a family called Sursok. So we dug 5 levels underneath to be able to, fit in the exhibitions and restored completely the museum with contemporary. But it was it is not because of the war. It's that because we demolished everything underneath to be able to fit the new museum. But also big artists, big contemporary artists, they want to be exhibited as they were in a museum. So this is what happened with Damien Hirst in Palazzo Grassi in Punta della Dogana a few years. And this is to join what you were saying, that the big events, they're economically very sustainable because they bring so much visitors and so much financing that in Venice at the Biennale, you know what is going on. And by the way, congratulations to the fund because you have a beautiful pavilion in Venice. So we exhibit Damien Hirst's oeuvre, artwork, as they were in a permanent collection of a very famous museum. So, and just the Palace of Art in Senegal, it was a former tribunal, court building abandoned. We found it like this, and now the project is going on. But it's not only a museum. There you have all the art represented there, but you have schools, you have housing for artists. So there is a kind of, ecosystem living. And this is the project that we are working at now in Tashkent. It's the Center of Islamic Civilization. Academy, library, Congress Hall, and museum, all together. This is the future of the museums. So how, and then this is the museum part with different layers and different components. This is how it looks like. It's under construction right now. And this is what we propose to the visitor afterwards. So this is the big Congress Hall. And even we, lots about trips and astrolabs. And this is the version that we propose to exhibit one of the oldest Quran in the world, a very contemporary way to express the Mukarnas and everything, but I'm afraid that it's not taken, this one, and this is the library. And to finish, as an evolution, the museums are more and more alive, more interactive. So to be able to host Basel, Paris, and many other events, we created a structure in front of the Eiffel Tower, built in 6 months. It's a dismantleable structure, 10,000 square meters, all in woods, and you see the location, it's absolutely fantastic, and so it's a place for different exhibits. And the last thing is the Art Explorer. It's some initiative how to bring art next to people, to bring them to the neighborhood, to people that never used to go to a museum. And finally, this is our foundation in Venice. It looked like that when we took it, and now it's a beautiful space in Cannaregio, and we have, it's according to the Biennale architecture or art, and we exhibit, right now it's by Biennale, and that's it. And I was a little bit long, but sorry.
No, but it gives a fantastic message of hope. And one word, Ms. Bukova, one word about hope specifically from the UNESCO aspect. I mean, culture also brings jobs, we saw, develops skills, we saw, but it's also a fantastic message of tolerance, self-understanding and mutual understanding, and also peace, like for example, the reconstruction in Iraq that is happening right now with Mosul. Can you just tell us one or two, maybe a personal example during your mandate at UNESCO that made you thinking, okay, my job has worth because of, you tell us what.
You know, it's something that really is very dear to my heart, that culture, of course, is about jobs. Culture is about cities, because with the beautiful architecture in many cities, it's beauty, but what makes it livable are people with their culture, with their innovation, with their artistic expressions. And I think this is something very important, but it is also, as you said, about living together, about peace. And I have seen in so many circumstances that when culture is destroyed, heritage, intangible, tangible, I have seen people suffer, and I have seen this in Mali. Just to give one example, you mentioned Iraq. Of course, in Iraq it is also important, and what UNESCO is doing now in Mosul is critical. I have seen it in Lebanon, I have seen it in Afghanistan before the events, but I would say in Mali, when extremists destroyed the mausoleums of the 1,000 saints, and then because I went there with President Francois Hollande, and I promised to reconstruct, we did it, and I went 2 years later to relaunch it, and I had the impression that I'm giving back their identity to the local communities. We had a very moving meeting with them, and on a personal level, because you asked me, you provoked me to say something very personal, I'm an honorary citizen of Timbuktu, and I think this is one of the best decorations, so to say, that I have, because it was given to me by the local communities after our relaunch of the mausoleums there.
Thank you. Going back to Vilma and the neighborhood, as said before, you in the heart of a very industrial part, and you also mentioned that with the example in Beijing, for example, but in Al Sakal, in Dubai, you're in the middle of what? Warehouses, cement factories, tire making companies, repairs, and you created a community in the middle of this. And it's not only for a, let's say, a bunch of crazy artistic people oriented, it's for everyone. So how is, in that aspect, the creative economy or creative industry working so nicely in a place where no one would have put a coin on the table and say, okay, I bet it will work?
I think it's interesting when you look at the history, how cultural districts form or find that nook in the city. Most urban environments have one, because creative practitioners and artists, they like the big abandoned space. That's where they find their creative freedom. And that's where majority, and I'm speaking here more from global cultural districts network perspective, because I've reviewed and researched multiple ontologies and models for cultural districts globally. And you will see that most of cities, like I mentioned, have one. And it goes beyond the, is it industrial or any kind of area that was abandoned that can become that space for artistic thought, can start a movement. And I remember Leo Castelli's quote, who used to be a very important dealer in the 70s in New York. He was asked one, how do you pick your artists? And he said, I pick them not because they're good, but because they're the leaders of a new movement. And that's how we approached El Cercal. Who are the visionaries and pioneers in the homegrown context that no one really believed in at the time? And together with that, we created El Cercal, we created a community, and we grew beyond the neighborhood. The impact and the echo that we make is global today. But it was never with that intention, because we were never seeking validity from the West. It was designed for our own history, context, our city, our people, our community. And while it's important to talk about the infrastructure, it's really important to talk about the software. You build these museums most of the time that governments spend millions on, and there is never any money for the programming or cultural production. But it's really what shapes community. It is the invisible pillar of creative economy. It starts there. And I think it's really important that the government listens to the private sector, works with the private sector. Dubai is the perfect example of that. We work closely with Dubai Culture on designing different projects. I think our Dubai is very similar. And so these could be the examples that could be scaled up or adapted in other contexts and other cities because of the kind of impact that they could actually make that goes beyond the museum or a cultural district as a space. It's really the kind of community that you are creating, especially for young people who can see their career in creative economy and beyond.
Thank you. Gayan, you doing something in the heart of a community which is the Mahala district in Tashkent. You are building 2 artist residencies with 2 different identities. Tell us more, how or why were you starting to go there and not maybe in an industrial site like we saw, for example, in Beijing? Why did you decide to go to a living district of Tashkent?
Well, there are basically 2 angles to it, So we started in 2021. We had a first national pavilion of Uzbekistan in Venice. And we came up just a few years ago with this idea, to really start archiving basically our old mahalas, our old city in Tashkent. And it was quite crucial for us, then to bring it to the wider audience and to show it in Venice and to make it the first pavilion to make it the first exhibition of the National Pavilion. And but this is how we came to really realize and understand, that these communities and these houses are really essential, for Tashkent. And it just happened at the same time as there was a really huge development starting in the heart of this area, in Uzbekistan, when a lot of this area was being demolished in order to create the new high-rise buildings, And when we started this project, we really just thought we will just document part of it, and this is it, we'll just show it to the larger audience. But what happened was, it was quite tremendous, because we brought it to the wider audience, but then we received so much feedback inside the country, and even from the government, that we actually have to save it somehow, and let's reserve it and preserve it, And but then at the same time, we were starting building and working on a Center for Contemporary Art, the first center in contemporary art in Uzbekistan, which was supposed to really support a state collection museum, Because when we started building this museum with Tadej Wanda, we thought, are we just working on the existing collection, or do we really want to create a new collection of contemporary art? And for that, do we need a Center for Contemporary Art? Of course, we need to start building these communities and building artists and awareness, etc. And but then how we realized when we start working on the Museum of Contemporary Art or Center of Contemporary Art, do we need to create art residencies? Yes, of course. But do we need to create art residencies in the heart of the industrial city or in the heart of business city? No, of course, we have to go to a residential area, because this is where the culture is, this is where the people are living, and this is where the place where people can really share and rely on each other, and also, of course, this art residencies is not just for locals, but also for people who would come and work there. And it's
really interested to be inside of it, really to be inside of the culture. And it also was very important for us to stay inside of this vernacular architecture, and trying to build up. And so this is how basically one project arises from another. And we're creating now 2 residences, which one would be purely focused on one artist and would be more about art. And the other one would be more about collective art, and which we are thinking more towards creative design, and building more around the narrative of applied art, which is, again, it's quite high in Uzbekistan, but we want to make it more contemporary, So
they
am I
are
answering your question? I don't know.
No, it is completely there. I mean, they're basically, you're building new artists that would eventually go soon to a fair, or to going to a place like in Al-Sakal, or being exhibiting in a museum. I think it's important to see for the audience here who probably not, and there's nothing wrong, specialize in art and culture, to really again understand that art and culture brings more and generates more money than it eventually costs. I remember a long, long time ago when I moved to the UAE, sorry for the personal anecdote, but one of my previous bosses in Abu Dhabi one day confronted a group of international journalists, and they were all talking about, yeah, okay, you're spending billions, if not billions, about Louvre, about Guggenheim, whatsoever. And the person that they completely closed the conversation in front of them saying, but this is less than 1% of the infrastructure that the country is building in terms of roads, bridges, schools, trains and transport. So culture costs, but brings so much, and not only on the pure materialistic aspect, but also on cultural, on narrative, on building, on nation building. So it's important that an economic audience that we have here today and online understand the enormous value of culture that brings back to a place or a country. I think we're kind of almost running out of time, so I don't know if there's any question in the audience. It would be really great if we have one hand rising and asking a question. If you're too shy, never mind. We're after this roundtable able to answer your question on the face-to-face. But let's see if there's someone who wants to ask any question. Yeah, there's one person here. Perfect. Thank you.
Ассаламу алейкум.
Hello.
Извините, что я не владею языком. Я из Хорезмской области, исторический город Хива. Знаете, это под открытым небом музей-город. Я хотела узнать из очаровательных женщин, которые занимаются искусством, как вы думаете, как можно еще развить наш город, гармонию с историческим и современным искусством? Есть ли у вас какие-нибудь задумки или предложения?
Я могу
Спасибо.
вам ответить по-русски потом, но все равно я буду говорить на английском. What I want to say, for me, it's one of the most impressive cities. It's one of the most impressive cities that I've ever seen. As I said, I came to Uzbekistan a long time ago, so I went Samarkand, Bukhara, and Hiva, and really felt in love with your country. But Hiva, it's something that it's still, I hope it's still untouched, because it's a city made out of earth. It has this beautiful color, and you should preserve it and cherish it. Nevertheless, for city to live, you have to make it it has to evolve. So it has to be a livable city. Means that you have to put a proportion of new buildings, of cleverly put new buildings in balance with what it exists. So you have to restore on one side and add new construction on the other, but in a very clever way with a good vision on that, in order to preserve it and to give it to your children and grandchildren, and also to the humanity, because for me, it's one of the most beautiful jewels in the world, Hiva. So be very careful, and I think the fund and also UNESCO can help out with that, to give you the right support to develop it, without doing any pastiche copying of existing. It has to be new, but in unison, in synthesis with the old one.
Also, if I may add, just from my other world of research, I think cities hold an enormous power of creating their own path, and there is sometimes too much pressure and hierarchy on cities today. Somehow we all want to become so global, but we are not New York, we're not London, like Benny mentioned earlier, and I think what about ordinary cities? So I think it's also important to remove that pressure and actually go back to what matters to your people, to your audiences, what resonates to those communities, and then how culture can be part of that. And cities today are economic centers. Through urbanocracy globally, we can achieve much more sometimes than federal government can. And formulating partnerships between the private sector could also be quite powerful to foster this kind of independent initiative and thinking.
And thank you. And about Shiva, Gayan, do you want to tell us something about Shiva specifically?
Well, I hope everyone knows, but this year the Venice Pavilion was basically dedicated to Kiva because we basically celebrated the great polymath Al-Khwarizmi, and it was a great pleasure for us really to bring it to the international audience, you know, and to share such a great polymath that we had in Uzbekistan. I mean, it was a really big privilege to talk about him, and now the foundation is also publishing a few books about Al-Khwarizmi, more dedicated to the kids, you know, so kids can start learning, you know, more about, И также мы вернемся к архитектуре, я тоже думаю. В скором времени. Спасибо.
Thank you. A second and last question from the audience, maybe? No? Okay. I had more questions about, you know, purely the economical aspect, but we all kind of understand that to have this situation blossoming and becoming strong for Uzbekistan, but not only, we need to have a very nice and strong legal frame for it. We need to, obviously, the creative economy thrives on intellectual property aspect, so that's also important. To have IP strongly supported and protected. It's also important that it's not only an immediate, but a mid-term and a long-term strategy, because as you were saying, all of you, it takes time to create a neighborhood, it takes time to develop skills, it takes time for artists to become artists before trying and failing, because everyone is trying and failing, and it's part of the process. So just as a positive closing note, because I don't necessarily just say goodbye and thank you, can we just go around this virtual table and all of you give a kind of a positive note to end this conversation? I'll start with you, Vilma, please.
I think my takeaway would be that when we create any kind of cultural destination, we need to think today beyond traditional creative economy. I think we need to redefine what it stands for in today's world. So in the context of repairing the present, economies of repair are key, and arts and culture initiatives, it comes with responsibility. So I would invite to think about economies of repair, a context where you're creating it, whom are you creating it for, international or local or both, and finally software. Invest in the invisible, not the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Benedetta, your turn. You just released today the names of the next exhibitors in Art Dubai next March. How do you see it, the market today? I mean, we all heard that, for example, COVID obviously hit everyone badly. Strangely enough, art world in a way, yes, but not that bad. How do you see a positive future note on your hand?
I think that there are really sort of two art worlds. I think there's an art world that we're all ready to let go of, and that speaks of the past and of systems that are very structured and rigid, and of art fairs all over the world which showcase the same galleries and the same artists. And then I think there's a different kind of art world that we really try and champion, and that I think hopefully others do too. And it's an art world made of the individual artists that are working in realities that are so different and in many ways so fresh, and absolutely, you know, our list today is so full of those artists. And I think they have so much to learn because, as you know, as Vilma was mentioning earlier, we just need to stop being so worried about being the cookie cutter version of something that we think represents quality. And we need to learn what the framework of quality is, of course, and bring the sort of production of the places we're from to international standard, but really keep that sort of authentic voice. Because when you put artists from Lagos next to the ones from Manila, next to the ones from Dubai, you see these really strong kind of themes and dialogues and just an incredible energy emerging. And I think that's what people need today. And we really feel that response. People are like, this is discovery. We love it. We need more of that. And I think that increasingly will become what people are looking for, something that feels sustainable, meaningful, and that just makes sense.
These endless discoveries of our little planet, right? So that's systematically there. But Dina, a word of hope in your industry in terms of creative economy, in terms of museography and more, and architecture?
I think you're right, because I think people are becoming more and more conscious that we need to be contextual in the sense that, again, about roots. And also there is something about tolerance. The more you know about your neighbor or your enemy or whatever, the more you are able to discuss with him. And I think it's very important to do things to put people together, to gather people together. So it can be through art, but also through food, because gastronomy, it's a part of, the heritage, through music, and I think the more diversity you have, and the more you give pride to people, the better way they would live together. And I think this is a message, for the neighborhood. And it can be something very simple. In France, we have this famous 1% of the cost, it should be dedicated to art. It's absolutely not enough, but it's already something. So, and also give the opportunity to young artists to start, and to young collectioners to start, and something for you, because I have, children, and they said, Mom, today it's impossible to do a collection. It's too late, it's too expensive. I said, no, buy photos, buy prints, buy small stuff, and to have different levels to access to the art, it's already something. And I think we are ready for that.
Thank you. We'll close with you, Gayan, because obviously we're in Uzbekistan. You talked about developing and fostering talents here, but in the next coming weeks and coming months, you will be showcasing the legendary culture aspect of this country in Paris, soon as well in Germany. Tell us a bit more, because I think this is a major step up for the country to be presented in that level abroad.
Sorry. Well, basically, when you ask me, the hope is a definition of the exhibition at the Louvre that is happening basically in a few weeks' time. Because it started with a hope. It started with a hope that we would like to share some of our pieces with the Louvre, and then it became true. It became real. But then it was like a huge amount of work really to change the legislation. But again, we had this hope that once we change it for this particular case with the exhibition at the Louvre, then we can really start exchanging our art pieces, and we can bring other art pieces from the other museum to Uzbekistan. So I would say that the hope is really for people, for us, but also it's a younger generation, and
when we think of hope, we really think of a future generation, you know, how we can really inspire the new innovative minds, the new talents, you know, really to engage and to stay in this industry. Because for us it's very important so that people stay in this industry. Stay in Uzbekistan, but stay also in this industry. Get the education, you know, even overseas, but come to Uzbekistan and really start developing with us together, you know, and creating this future together. And what is really essential today, like I'm very happy to see this great panel, you know, because I mean it's all of us are really essential, you know, for this creative economy, because Borina creates beautiful museums, you know, we commission museums. And then, you know, Irina, she was engaged in a heritage, and then we go to you, you know, and we celebrate arts with you, you know, in your great institutions, you know, I mean, and it's all about hope, basically, and it started with a hope for us. Thank you.
Well, I think that's the great word to close this conversation. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you very much for everyone in the room for following us and people online as well. Thanks for the organizers of this Uzbekistan Economic Forum for inviting us. And we see each other very soon because there are plenty of cultural and events happening here and wherever we live. So we'll see you very soon. And again, thank you so much for your time and attention. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Cyril.
Thank you.